Chapter 694. Death was no stranger to Lu Yi. Ever since he obtained the breath fruit core, he had died countless times in the Mirage realm. He had long been able to remain calm. Because he knew that death in the Mirage realm was not real, he could be fearless. But in the environment where he stimulated the Tyrant Saber secret art, when the young man attacked, Lu Yi felt the aura of death was too real. Even if he had died countless times in the Mirage realm, he could not help but feel terrified. 3 breaths. He only lasted for 3 breaths of time before his mind withdrew from the black stone. This did not mean that he could really hold on for 3 breaths of time under the power of the saber. If such a saber was really used in the real world, he would have died the moment the saber light flashed. The reason Yangming could last for 3 breaths was mainly because it was a method of inheritance. Every time the saber light slashed his body, the many mysteries of the Tyrant Saber would surge in his mind, allowing him to have a clearer understanding of the saber's mysteries. Different from the 100 Formation Towers' rude gift of enlightenment, this kind of inheritance was more detailed. The length of time one could hold on should be related to the strength of one's soul. The stronger one's soul, the longer one could hold on and the greater the benefits one could obtain. Lu Yi could hold on for 3 breaths of time, but he estimated that Yi Ying could not hold on for that long. This was indeed the case. When Yi Ying Gang first obtained this Tyrant Saber secret art, he couldn't even last a single moment. Even after breaking through to the Cloud River 9th Order, after accumulating his strength over the years, he could only last 2 breaths. As for Pang Wanhai, he could not even hold on for 1 breath of time. Lu Yi could hold on for 3 breaths of time on his first try, which was a very good performance. In the inexplicable space of the inheritance, Lu Yi could actually move, but the moment the young man attacked, Lu Yi had no room to resist. He could only stand in place obediently and bear the power of the Tyrant Saber. He had a faint feeling that when he could block that move of the Tyrant Saber, he would be considered to have cultivated the Tyrant Saber to the great perfection realm. Only then would he be qualified to touch the second move of the Tyrant Saber. If the first Tyrant Saber was so powerful, what would the second Tyrant Saber be like? He could not help but be fascinated. However, rice had to be eaten 1 bite at a time, and the road had to be taken step by step. Lu Yi still understood this truth. This was the real saber art. Compared to this, what Lu Yi had cultivated before was at most some special techniques, including his self-created flash and consecutive slashes. Those were just some techniques used against enemies. In front of such a saber technique, it was like the brilliance of a firefly compared to the bright moon. It was not worth mentioning. But then again, the cultivation of the person who left behind the Tyrant Saber's secret manual was unfathomably high. How long had Lu Yi cultivated? If he was given enough time, it was not impossible for him to grow to this level or even surpass it. Therefore, he would not belittle himself. It was only right to revere the strong. Working hard was the right way to go. Moreover, looking at it now, the Tyrant Saber first style Yixiong had displayed wasn't even close to the real Tyrant Saber. Even so, it had made Lu Yi feel a sense of crisis, and he had even been injured. Lu Yi didn't know how high Yi Ying's mastery of this technique was, but it should be stronger than Yixiong's. As for how much stronger, it was hard to tell. He focused his mind and calmed his heart to comprehend. In the inheritance space, every slash of the saber was the transmission of the inheritance. It was the teaching of countless years. Just like now, Yi Ying was dead and the Tyrant Saber Mountain Villa was empty. From now on, there would be no Tyrant Saber Mountain Villa, but the inheritance of the Tyrant Saber art was not cut off. The ingenuity of the Tyrant Saber art was not only limited to the 3 styles, but also the many concepts of this saber art were perfectly contained in the saber art. Yi Ying was able to establish the Tyrant Saber Mountain Villa with the Tyrant Saber first style because he had comprehended and sorted out many things that belonged to him. What Lu Yi needed to do now was to walk the path Yi Ying had walked in the past. Sort out, summarize, and comprehend. It had to be said that this saber art was very compatible with his temperament. When he faced enemies, he was fearless and invincible. Even cultivators with higher cultivation than him would often feel a great sense of oppression. The tyrant saber art required this kind of aggressiveness to display the essence of this saber art. After sitting upright for a long time, Lu Yi suddenly stood up and walked out of the door. He came to an open area on the island in the middle of the lake, drew the mountain pan saber from his waist, and gently waved it. His movements were not fast and could be said to be very slow. There was no special power when he waved the saber, and his performance was like that of a beginner. There was nothing praiseworthy about it. But the miraculous thing was that his aura gradually became sharp, almost like a long saber that was about to be unsheathed. The aura of man and saber gradually merged into one. The fusion of man and saber, this was an accomplishment that Lu Yi had achieved long ago when he had advanced to the Cloud River tier. Strictly speaking, a cultivator's spirit tool was an extension of their own body, especially for a weapon cultivator. The reason why Lu Yi did not change his spirit tool when he had advanced to the Cloud River tier, and instead chose to upgrade the Mountain Pan Saber, was because the Mountain Pan Saber had accompanied him through almost the entire Spirit Stream tier. He was already familiar with the Mountain Pan Saber, and correspondingly the saber was also familiar with him. If he were to rashly change to another spirit tool, even if the quality was better, it might not be able to let Lu Yi display his full strength unless he was willing to spend a lot of time nourishing it. The process of cultivators refining spirit tools was not only to let the spirit tool display more power, but also to strengthen the connection between the cultivator and the spirit tool, so that the cultivator could wield it more freely. The Mountain Pan Saber had been with Lu Yi since he had reached the 5th Order Spirit Stream tier. To Lu Yi, it was a part of his body, but in the end, it was still just a spirit tool. But at this moment, the aura of man and saber were gradually synchronizing. If one did not look with the naked eye, it would be impossible to distinguish the difference between the two. As he waved his saber, Lu Yi suddenly lowered his waist and twisted his body, thrusting his saber forward. A cold light blossomed on the pitch-black saber, and the sound of cracking cloth could be heard. A bright saber mark flashed across the air. A trace of paleness flashed across Lu Ye's face, but he quickly calmed down. He stood in place, thinking about the gains and losses of his saber. After a while, he slowly shook his head. Tyrannical first form, starry sky. Strictly speaking, it was a straight stab. Every ray of starlight that fell from the sky was a flickering saber light. Therefore, although this saber seemed to be just one saber strike, it was actually countless sabers. In order to completely unleash such a saber strike, a cultivator needed to have absolute control over their saber. Only then could they instantly unleash a saber light that was like the twinkling stars. Lu Ye's saber strike was not inferior to Yi Xiong's in terms of pure power, but in terms of the tyrannical saber art itself, it was inferior. After all, no matter what, Yi Xiong had cultivated the tyrannical saber art for a long time, while Lu Yi had only cultivated it for a short time. Not enough, far from enough. Lu Yi closed his eyes again and continued to wield his saber. Although the saber strike just now had consumed a lot of his strength, it was still within an acceptable range. He would not be like Yi Xiong, who had been slaughtered after using the tyrannical saber art. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Lu Yi had not truly displayed the starry sky. With such a saber technique, even if he did not cultivate it to the grand accomplishment stage, Lu Yi felt that he would be invincible in the Cloud River realm. Coupled with his current foundation, he could even kill a 9th Order cultivator with a single strike. He had not forgotten his situation in the Cloud River battlefield, where he was like a rat that everyone wanted to beat up. A sealed world was a sealed world, and there would always be a time when he had to leave. If he could cultivate the tyrannical saber art to the minor accomplishment stage here, he would definitely be able to give the cultivators of Myriad Demons Ridge a pleasant surprise when he returned to the Cloud River battlefield. Xiaoliang and Tansheng were like ghosts that would not disperse. Wherever he went, he could see their shadows. Lu Yi had long wanted to kill these two dogs. There were many things that he needed to comprehend. The huge gift of the 100 Formation Pagoda needed to be comprehended, and the tyrannical saber art also needed to be comprehended. However, this did not hinder Lu Ye's cultivation. Every day he ate a lot of spirit pills and comprehended all kinds of mysteries. His days were unprecedentedly fulfilling. When he was in the mood, he would practice his saber in the open space in the center of the island. In order to learn the tyrannical saber art faster, Lu Yi even used the soul cleansing water. The tyrannical saber's saber light in the inheritance space also consumed a lot of his soul. When Yi Ying and Yi Xiong cultivated the tyrannical saber art before, they could only comprehend it once every half a month or even a month. Otherwise, if they consumed too much soul strength in a short period of time, there would definitely be repercussions. Lu Yi did not have such concerns. He had a lot of soul water. Although he used some in the 100 Formation Pagoda, he still had a lot left. When his soul was tired, he would use the soul water to nourish it. On average, he could comprehend it 4 or 5 times a day, which was almost equivalent to the Yi Ying brothers' results in a few months. In this way, Lu Ye's attainments in the tyrannical saber art could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. His cultivation did not increase by much, but in terms of saber art, Lu Yi was growing at an unimaginable speed. Lu Yi also studied some of the saber art cultivation notes from the library. Compared to the tyrannical saber art, these notes were naturally not much. However, it was undeniable that these things were good things for Lu Yi. They were also in line with his current attainments. During the half a month in the tyrannical Saber Mountain Villa, he was like a bottomless abyss, swallowing everything he could absorb into his body. His saber art had made great progress. If he were to stand in front of him half a month ago, Lu Yi was even confident that he could finish the battle in 10 strikes. While he was cultivating crazily, Yuli also gradually walked out of the haze. It was mainly because of Yi and Hupa accompanying her every day. Yi also knew that this was a secret realm. Everything she experienced here was very likely to have happened in this world in the past. It was just that it was reproduced by some inexplicable method. Yi Liuli might not even exist. However, Yi could not help but feel pity for this little girl, who was about the same age and figure as her. Perhaps it had something to do with her. The starting point of Yi's memories was when she was transformed into a despondent spirit by Hupa. Before that, she had no idea who she was or where she came from. With Hupa and Lu Yi, they were her only 2 family members. How could the current Yi Liuli not be the same? End of chapter. Chapter 695. Lu Yi. An exclamation suddenly rang out from the wooden house. Lu Yi, who was immersed in practicing saber techniques at the center of the island, snapped out of his trance and turned to look in the direction of the sound. He had never heard Yi sound so flustered before, which made his heart skip a beat. With a flash, he appeared in the wooden house. Looking over, he saw Yi supporting Yi Liuli in a panic. The latter had already fallen into a coma. Her face was as pale as a sheet, and her body was convulsing uncontrollably, as if she was suffering from hysteria. After spending half a month together, Yi and Yi Liuli's relationship had improved rapidly. Lu Yi was usually busy comprehending saber techniques and the 100 Formation Pagoda's gift, so he had no time to accompany them. The 2 of them played together to pass the time. In the depths of her heart, Yi had already regarded Yi Liuli as one of her few friends. Sometimes she even fantasized about how great it would be if she could bring her out of this mystic realm, but she knew that was impossible. Just now, the 2 of them had been talking and laughing together, but in the blink of an eye, Yi Liuli had suddenly become like this. It really frightened her. She had never encountered such a thing before. Lu Yi stepped forward and took the convulsing Yi Liuli from Yi's hands. The moment he touched her, he frowned. He had thought that Yi Liuli was suffering from hysteria, but it didn't seem like it because Yi Liuli's body was alternating between hot and cold. One had to know that although this little girl's cultivation wasn't very high, she was still at the Cloud River tier. He suddenly remembered something. Yi Liuli had had a similar problem since she was young. She would act up from time to time, and the intervals were uncertain. Sometimes she wouldn't act up for a few years, and sometimes she would act up once every few months. This information had mysteriously appeared in his mind when he entered this mystic realm. It should be a trick of Tianji. He hurriedly laid Yi Liuli flat on the bed and had Yi press down on her limbs. He pinched Yi Liuli's mouth with one hand to prevent her from biting her own tongue, and used the other hand to remove the storage bag from Yi Liuli's waist. If he remembered correctly, there should be medicine in Yi Liuli's storage bag. There was a restriction on the storage bag, but for the current Lu Yi it was useless. With just a thought, the restriction lock was opened, and he quickly found a wooden box. He opened the box and took out a pill about the size of a cherry. He stuffed it into Yi Liuli's mouth and used his spiritual energy to help her swallow it. After the effects of the medicine dissolved, Yi Liuli's condition slowly improved. However, there was still no trace of blood on her pale face. She was frighteningly cold, like a piece of ice that wouldn't melt even after 10,000 years. What happened to her? Yi asked worriedly. It's an old ailment that I've had since I was young, Lu Yi replied, her gaze fixed on Yi Liuli. Although her symptoms had improved, there was something wrong with her aura. Lu Yi raised his hand and placed it on her wrist. His spiritual energy wandered as he carefully examined her. Although he was not a medical cultivator, nor had he cultivated anything related to medical cultivation, a simple investigation was not a problem for him. With this investigation, he really did feel something abnormal. He raised his hand and turned Yi Liuli over so that her back was facing him. Then he used his fingers like a sword and used his spiritual energy to open a hole in her clothes. The clothes were torn open, and the girl's snow-white back came into view. However, Lu Ye's brows furrowed tightly, because in that snow-white skin there was a hideous mark. At first glance, it looked like a brown centipede. This was a birthmark. Ever since Yi Liuli was born, she had such a birthmark on her back. However, only Ying and his wife knew about this. No matter what, having such a birthmark on a woman's body would affect her beauty, even if it was on her back. If it was just a simple birthmark, it would be fine. The key was that this birthmark was squirming violently at this moment, as if something was about to break out of it. Ah! Yi covered her mouth and exclaimed. Lu Yi pointed a finger at the squirming birthmark. His spiritual energy and thoughts surged together. His brows furrowed even more. When he saw that scene just now, he originally thought that something foreign had entered Yi Liuli's body. However, after careful investigation, he found that there was nothing abnormal in her body at all. The squirming of the birthmark was not caused by an external force. Instead, it seemed that the birthmark was alive. There was something strange about it. However, what could be confirmed now was that Yi Liuli's abnormality should be caused by the change in the birthmark. It could even be said that the problem she had since she was young originated from this. After a moment of careful investigation, Lu Yi really couldn't find anything abnormal. Only then did he stop. If only Huaxiai was here. With her attainments in medical cultivation, she might be able to detect something. The squirming of the birthmark gradually calmed down. At the same time, the cold aura on Yi Liuli's body also slowly dissipated. A trace of color gradually returned to her face. The crisis had passed. It should be the effect of that pill. Help her change her clothes, Lu Yi said, and walked out of the door. He didn't continue practicing his saber. Instead, he stood not far away and pondered. Yi Liuli's abnormality reminded him of some messy information. For example, this was an old problem Yi Liuli had since she was young. For example, there was medicine in Yi Liuli's storage bag. Another example was Medical Valley, Little Fairy Doctor. These were all information he obtained when he entered this arcane realm. However, he didn't think of it before. Yi Liuli's outburst became the opportunity for him to recall these things. The pills in Yi Liuli's storage bag naturally couldn't have come from nowhere. They came from Medical Valley, from Little Fairy Doctor. The Soaring Dragon Realm also had a faction of medical cultivators, and Medical Valley's Little Fairy Doctor was the most famous and powerful medical cultivator in the entire Soaring Dragon Realm. When Yi Liuli was young, Ying once took her to Medical Valley to treat her illness. The pills were something he brought back from Medical Valley. However, there weren't many of them. Because these things weren't easy to preserve, Ying had to go to Medical Valley every few years to get new medicine. The last time he left tyrannical Saber Mountain Villa, it was to get medicine for Yi Liuli. In the end, his whereabouts were leaked by Yi Xiong, and in the end he was surrounded and killed by Divine Will sect. And there was only one pill left on Yi Liuli's body. In the dark, Lu Yi spied some guidance. All kinds of signs indicated that he needed to take Yi Liuli to Medical Valley. Otherwise, the next time Yi Liuli had an outburst, there would be no medicine to use. After half a month of cultivation, he had gained a lot. However, cultivation wasn't something that could be done behind closed doors. That was why many cultivators would go out and travel. If he stayed in domineering Saber Mountain Villa with the many formations he had set up before, even if Divine Will sect really attacked, they might not be able to do anything to him. However, since he had come to this arcane realm, he couldn't stay here forever. Sixth brother. Yi Liuli's weak voice came from inside the room. It seemed that she had woken up. Lu Yi turned and walked in. He saw that she was lying weakly on the bed. Her clothes had already been changed by Yi. Lu Yi sat beside her. Yi Liuli raised her hand and grabbed his clothes. She looked helpless and weak. "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Lu Yi asked. He raised his hand to feel the temperature of her forehead. It was still a little cold, but it was within the normal range. It wasn't as exaggerated as before. Yi Liuli shook her head lightly and said softly, "Sixth brother, don't worry. I'll be fine soon." Sixth brother Yi wasn't in domineering Saber Mountain Villa all year round, so he had never personally encountered such a thing. However, Yi Liuli knew her own situation. When her old illness acted up, she was in so much pain that she wanted to die. However, after it passed, she would be safe and sound. "Take a nap. You'll be fine when you wake up." Yi Liuli followed his advice and gently closed her eyes. However, her small hand was still holding onto Lu Ye's clothes. It was as if she was holding onto not only her only family in this world, but also her last hope. After a while, Yi Liuli's breathing gradually calmed down. Lu Yi picked up her hand and put it back under the blanket. He gave Yi a look. Yi understood and followed him out of the room. Lu Yi took out a large formation jade pendant and gave it to her. He instructed, "When we can leave, I'll inform you. Bring her to me." Yi instantly saw through Lu Ye's plan. She wasn't too worried. Lu Yi had survived many big battles like the Cloudy River battlefield. There was no reason for him to fail in this small dragon soaring realm. However, she still couldn't help but remind him, "Be careful." Lu Yi raised his hand and patted her head, gently rubbing it. Only then did he turn and walk out. Since he had decided to leave, the first thing he had to deal with was the cultivators of Divine Will sect outside. Otherwise, if he brought Yi Liuli with him, it would be difficult for him to escape. Ever since a Divine Will sect elder fell into domineering Saber Mountain Villa, no one dared to casually barge in. However, this didn't mean that they had left. Such a sudden change in domineering Saber Mountain Villa, and even Vice Sect Master Pang Wan Hai was killed. How could Divine Will sect let this go? The cultivators of Divine Will sect didn't dare to barge in. They could only monitor the situation outside, because no one could hide forever. As long as Lu Yi dared to show himself, they could gang up and attack him. In a pavilion outside the villa, Divine Will sect's third elder, Pei Yuanhua, stared at the silent domineering Saber Mountain Villa with his hands behind his back. Divine Will sect had two Ninth Order Cloud River Realm cultivators. One was Sect Master Xiong Taishan, while the other was Vice Sect Master Pang Wanhai. The elders under them were all Eighth Order cultivators. There were about a dozen of them. This kind of foundation was considered good in the entire Soaring Dragon realm. However, compared to the real top forces, there was still a big gap. The gap was in the number of 8th and 9th Order Cloud River Realm cultivators. Which top force didn't have dozens or hundreds of them? A force like Divine Will Sect was considered good, but it was only a tyrant in Feng Province. As the third elder, he had personally come out to deal with the matter of domineering Saber Mountain Villa. It was enough to show the importance of Divine Will Sect. He had no choice but to take this seriously. A vice sect master was dead, and the ninth elder had also been trapped inside without any news. It was highly likely that he would not survive. In the entire Divine Will Sect, there were only 3 people who were stronger than him. The sect master and great elder had been injured by Ying when they tried to kill him. Now, they were both recovering from their injuries. The second elder needed to oversee Divine Will Sect. As the third elder, he had no choice but to step up. Jing walked to Tang San's side and sat down cross-legged beside him. She nodded lightly at him. Tang San narrowed his eyes. His body slowly floated up. He stood up on the heart of the paradise flower. He took a deep breath. The aura in his body surged. The 9 bloodlines in his body had completely reached a state of balance after the fusion just now. His body began to evolve rapidly. On his forehead, the light pattern of the golden trident reappeared. At this moment, Tang San's aura began to transform. His divine sense fused with the golden trident's brand. Sensing the aura of the golden trident, his eyes began to shine brighter. The sound of waves, like chanting, rang out beside him. An intense light began to rise rapidly. A huge golden shadow was reflected behind him. Tang San's eyes flashed like lightning. He stared at the sky. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted from the paradise flower, and a huge golden pillar of light soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Not far away, the Heavenly Fox, Great Demon Emperor, felt a shocking will erupt. The entire Hell Garden trembled violently. The flowers began to wither rapidly. All of the luck seemed to be condensing toward the golden pillar of light. His expression changed drastically. He did not dare to be negligent. With a shake of his body, he revealed his true form. He had transformed into a 9-tailed fox that was more than 100 meters long. Each of his tails was more than 300 meters long. His 9 tails covered the sky. He emitted a large amount of luck and injected it into Hell Garden, stabilizing the realm. Hell Garden must not be destroyed. Otherwise, it would be a devastating disaster for the Heavenly Foxes. Ancestral Court, Sacred Heavenly Fox Mountain. The golden light that had been restrained suddenly became intense again. Not only that, but the sacred Heavenly Fox Mountain's body also emitted a white light. However, the white light seemed to be collapsing inward. A golden beam of light shot up into the sky without any warning, instantly soaring high into the sky. The rulers, who had just resisted another heavenly tribulation, subconsciously scattered. In the next moment, the golden pillar of light had already rushed into the tribulation cloud. The pitch-black tribulation cloud was instantly lit up and turned into dark golden clouds. All of the purple color disappeared at this moment. Instead, it was replaced by huge golden thunderbolts. It seemed to have filled the entire realm with anger. Chapter 696. Pei Yuanhua was 70 years old. But due to his cultivation, he looked like he was in his 40s or 50s with a ruddy face. Logically speaking, with Yi Ying's death and the Yi family's annihilation, the tyrannical Saber Mountain Villa should have been destroyed. But now, in his eyes, the mountain villa was like a sleeping beast that could erupt at any time and bare its fangs. The 9th elder's strength was almost the same as his, but he had disappeared without a trace after exploring the tyrannical Saber Mountain Villa once. How could he not be afraid? He could not understand how things had developed to this point. No one knew how Pang Wanhai had died. Although many people had escaped from the tyrannical Saber Mountain Villa that day, no one had witnessed the battle with their own eyes. However, from the information they had, there should be an expert behind Yi Lu, and that expert's attainments in array Dao were extremely high. At the very least, they were much higher than the Ninth Elder. Because the Ninth Elder was also an array cultivator, he had volunteered to investigate the tyrannical Saber Mountain Villa a few days ago, but had disappeared just like that. I don't believe you can hide there forever. Pei Yuanhua gnashed his teeth as he looked in the direction of the tyrannical Saber Mountain Villa. Powerful array cultivators were indeed frightening, but array cultivators themselves were not very strong. As long as they were not given space to display their abilities, they were not a threat. The Divine Will sect had suffered heavy casualties this time, but the tyrannical saber technique had not succeeded. Xiong Taishan was furious, and if not for the fact that he needed to treat his injuries, he would have come personally. But before that, he had already given Pei Yuanhua a death order to kill the 2 Yi family brats. Having cultivated in the soaring dragon realm for so many years, how could he not know the principle of eliminating the source of trouble? As long as the 2 Yi family brats were alive, he would not be able to live in peace. Suddenly, a scream and spiritual energy fluctuation came from a certain direction. Pei Yuanhua immediately turned his head and looked in that direction, only to see a sharp blade light flickering a few miles away. The Divine Will sect cultivators responsible for monitoring the movements of the tyrannical Saber Mountain Villa had been killed, and their blood flowed like a river. Amidst the blade light, a youth's figure could be seen moving. How dare you! Pei Yuanhua was furious. With a flick of his sleeve, he jumped up like an eagle and pounced in that direction. He had been fretting over how to find that brat from the Yi clan. He had not expected that the brat would show up of his own accord and even dare to kill his Divine Will sect's disciples. Before this, no one had actually discovered how he had walked out of the tyrannical Saber Villa. Several miles away, Lu Yi stood with his saber in hand, surrounded by several corpses. The Divine Will sect only thought that there was a hidden expert behind him. They didn't expect that the hegemonic Saber Mountain Villa's array formations were all his own. Not only was he proficient in formations, but he was also proficient in concealment and assassination. The current Yi Lu was no longer the original Yi Lu of the soaring dragon realm. He was the famous Yi Lu of the Spirit Stream battlefield. The Spirit Stream, 3 disasters. The cultivators of the Divine Will sect didn't have high cultivation levels to begin with, so how could they survive after he had sneaked up on them? In fact, if Lu Yi wanted to, he could even kill Pei Yuanhua. However, his goal was not simply to kill the enemy. He wanted to lure the people from the Divine Will sect away, which was why he had taken the initiative to expose himself. When he looked up, he saw a figure pouncing towards him from several miles away. This figure's aura was at the level of an 8th order Cloud River realm. He immediately understood that this was one of the higher-ups of the Divine Will sect, most likely an elder. In the distance, Lu Yi was stepping on a Divine Will sect disciple. The disciple had not died yet and was still struggling, but he could not get up under Lu Ye's restraint. Pei Yuanhua shouted angrily, "Junior, don't be so arrogant!" As if responding to his words, Lu Yi exerted force with his foot, causing the Divine Will sect disciple's chest to cave in. The disciple spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with pieces of internal organs, as his vitality dissipated. "You're courting death." Pei Yuanhua was even more furious. He naturally didn't care about the life or death of a disciple. What angered him was Lu Ye's attitude. This brat was clearly provoking him. In the blink of an eye, they were only half a mile apart. Only then did Lu Yi calmly fly up and flee into the distance. In an instant, near the tyrannical Saber Mountain Manor, streams of light shot up into the sky like a meteor shower, chasing after Lu Yi. On the small island at the center of Saber Lake, Yi heard the commotion outside and knew that Lu Yi had already made his move. However, she didn't act rashly. Instead, she asked Tupa to stay behind and look after Yululi while she quietly snuck out and investigated the surroundings of the mountain manor. She really did find a few divine will sect disciples guarding the mountain manor. However, these people's cultivations weren't high. After Yi's sudden sneak attack, they had no chance to fight back and died one after another. After an incense stick's worth of time, the snow-white tiger's vigorous figure rushed out of the tyrannical saber mountain manor. On its back sat two girls, all the way north. 100 miles east of the tyrannical saber mountain manor, there was a narrow valley. Under Lu Ye's intentional or unintentional actions and the efforts of the divine will sex cultivators, he was finally trapped here with no way out. Brat, let's see if you can survive this. Pei Yuan Hua shouted angrily. Lu Yi slowly unsheathed his saber. The sound of his saber being unsheathed was long and hoarse, making those who heard it feel as if ants were crawling on their hearts. It was extremely uncomfortable. Lu Ye's eyes drooped as he spoke. I don't know if I'll die or not, but his figure suddenly turned into a blur and instantly arrived in front of Pei Yuan Hua. His speed was so fast that Pei Yuan Hua's expression changed greatly. Was this brat pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? This laughable thought suddenly appeared in Pei Yuan Hua's mind, but his body had already reacted instinctively. A spirit artifact that resembled a ferule suddenly appeared in his hand. He poured his spiritual energy into it, causing it to split into several shadows that shot towards Lu Ye's head. However, in the next instant, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was clearly daytime, but in his perception it felt as if the curtain of night had suddenly descended, followed by specks of starlight blooming in his field of vision. An indescribable sense of invasion and oppression pressed down on him like a mountain, causing his body to stiffen. The tyrannical saber art. Pei Yuan Hua was greatly shocked because the power of this saber had exceeded his imagination. He had also participated in the battle against Yi Ying. Before Yi Ying had died, he had used this saber. Under that saber, Xiong Taishan and the Great Elder had both been injured. The reason why he had been able to escape unscathed was mainly because Yi Ying's saber had not been aimed at him. However, having personally experienced the power of that saber, he naturally had a deep impression of it. Compared to Yi Ying's saber, 6th Ye's saber was not as good, but it did not seem to be too far off. This brat was so young. So how could he have cultivated the tyrant saber art to such a level? He had never heard of this brat having such a high level of attainment in the tyrant saber art before. What he did not know was that Yi Ying could only enter the inheritance space once every half a month to a month, but recently, Lu Yi had been entering 4 or 5 times a day. What he had obtained in half a month was equivalent to what Yi Ying had obtained in 7 or 8 years. In terms of cultivating the tyrant saber art, Lu Yi could already be considered a beginner. He could barely use the first move of the tyrant saber art. It was probably not as good as Yi Ying's, but it was still much stronger than Yi Xiong's. Along with this saber strike, Lu Ye's essence, qi, and soul poured out. Originally, Lu Yi didn't need to use the tyrant saber art to deal with an 8th order cultivator. This saber technique was terrifyingly powerful, but it also consumed a lot of energy. However, Lu Yi still used it, mainly because he wanted to test the results of his recent cultivation. He needed a target to test his strength on in order to understand his gains and losses. Otherwise, if he just practiced on his own, many of his shortcomings would be difficult to detect. In Pei Yuan Hua's field of vision, under the night sky, starlight shrouded the sky, but in the eyes of the many divine will sect disciples, the heavens and earth had lost all color, leaving only this bright saber light. The ruler's shadow collapsed, and Lu Ye's figure brushed past Pei Yuan Hua's shoulder, the latter half of his sentence slowly leaving his mouth. In any case, you're definitely dead. Behind him, Pei Yuan Hua stood frozen in place, as if he had been struck by a lightning talisman. His face was twitching, and his eyes were quickly filled with shock. How could this Yi family's sixth brother be so strong? Although the tyrant saber art was amazing, it required a corresponding cultivation to fully display its power. Yi Lu was just a trivial sixth-order cultivator. So even if he could use the tyrant saber art, it should be impossible for him to kill Lu Yi. But in fact, a trace of understanding appeared in Lu Ye's heart. This little brat was really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Divine Will Sect had underestimated him all this time, and if he didn't die, Divine Will Sect would be doomed. Specks of red seeped out, and soon dyed Pei Yuan Hua's clothes red. From the outside, Pei Yuan Hua didn't seem to be injured, but in fact his heart had been pierced. The first form of the tyrant saber was a straight stab, pudong, accompanied by a long breath. Lu Ye's body fell heavily to the ground. The group of Divine Will Sect disciples were frightened out of their wits. Under the leadership of Third Elder, they had finally managed to trap Yi Lu here. They had thought it would be a casual battle, but before they could even begin, their third elder had fallen. No one present had been able to clearly see what had happened. Third elder. Someone called out in a trembling voice, imagining that third elder would suddenly stand up and continue to lead them, but there was no response. Ah! Cries of alarm rang out. Their strongest third elder had been killed by Yi Lu in a single blow, so how could they possibly be his opponent? However, there were still some bold and careful disciples who saw that many of their companions were frightened out of their wits and immediately shouted, "Let's attack together! He's just one person!" In this situation, they couldn't scatter and escape, otherwise they would be giving the enemy a chance to kill them one by one. If they worked together, they might still have a chance to survive. His words woke everyone up from their daze, and the other Divine Will Sect disciples who were still in shock came back to their senses. Yes, although Yi Lu was powerful, he was still just one person. There were more than 30 Divine Will Sect disciples present, so if they attacked together, how could they fail? Moreover, they had heard that the tyrant saber art consumed a lot of energy, so Yi Lu might have already used up all his energy. However, this fantasy was quickly shattered, because as soon as that person finished speaking, Lu Yi moved. Yi Xiong had used up all his energy after using the tyrant saber art, but that was because his cultivation of the tyrant saber art hadn't reached perfection. To Lu Yi, the tyrant saber art consumed a lot of energy, but it was still within an acceptable range. Right now, he still had the energy to fight. To be continued. Chapter 697. Lu Ye's fighting style was aggressive to begin with, but this had nothing to do with his temperament. It was mainly due to his experience. His temperament was actually relatively calm, and he was definitely not an overbearing person. But before he started cultivating, he was a slave miner in Evil Moon Valley. It was a dog-eat-dog place. In such an environment, if one wasn't ruthless enough, they wouldn't be able to survive. The battles between mortals were sometimes more tragic than cultivators. Later, he was accepted by Sect Master Tang Yifeng as a disciple and entered the Blue Blood Sect. But before he could even see the sect, he was sent to the Spirit Stream battlefield. He was alone and had no one to rely on. Facing all kinds of enemies, he could only break through with strength. There was no room for retreat. So when it came to fighting, he had always adhered to a philosophy, or rather a habit. He was brave and oppressive, and regardless of whether he could win, he couldn't lose in terms of momentum. His fighting style was undoubtedly in line with the essence of the tyrant saber art. This was also the reason why he was able to achieve such a high level of attainment in the tyrant saber art in just half a month. Not only could he use the soul water to relieve the pressure on his divine soul, but more importantly, the tyrant saber art was compatible with him. If it were another cultivator with a weak temperament, they might not be able to achieve such growth no matter how much soul water they had. If their compatibility was not compatible, it would be meaningless to study hard. Although the secret inheritance of the tyrant saber art only contained 3 forms of the tyrant saber, and Lu Yi had only learned the first form. The tyrant saber art contained more than just these three forms. This was a complete saber art in itself. In the process of cultivating the first form, Lu Yi undoubtedly had a very deep understanding and comprehension of this saber art. At this moment, the pressure he felt was much stronger than before. In the eyes of many divine will sect disciples, Lu Yi was no longer human. He was clearly a tiger coming down from the mountains, a dragon coming out of the sea, ready to devour people. No cultivator could survive a single blow from him. As the saber flashed, screams rang out. Corpses fell to the ground, and blood stained the ground. In less than 20 breaths of time, more than 30 divine will sect cultivators had knocked down more than 10 people. Lu Yi was unscathed. In the soaring dragon realm, the 8th and 9th order cultivators who hadn't made any progress in their cultivation did indeed have a lot of time to polish their fighting skills. So they were generally stronger than the 8th and 9th order cultivators of the 9 provinces. However, this didn't include the disciples of the divine will sect. Among these people, the highest cultivation was only at the 7th order, and there were only 3 of them. The rest were all below the 7th order, and there were even some at the 1st or 2nd order of Cloud River Realm. With Lu Ye's current strength, killing such an opponent was a piece of cake. It was as easy as chopping up vegetables, and he could kill a little kid with a single slash. As Lu Yi moved around, he sensed the Pan Mountain saber in his hand, feeling the might of each saber strike. His understanding of the tyrant saber art deepened. Not only did his aura not weaken, but it also grew stronger as he fought. Oh my God! Finally, some of the divine will sect's disciples couldn't take it anymore. With a roar, they turned around and ran away. They had thought that even if the 3rd elder had died in battle, they would still be able to take down Lu Yi. They had thought that after Lu Yi used the tyrant saber technique, even if he wasn't completely exhausted, he would be an arrow at the end of its flight. However, in the end, they still thought that he would die. After more than half of them were killed or injured, the panic in their hearts finally took over, and they followed their instincts to survive. However, just as they moved, a buzzing sound rang out, and several streams of light shot towards them. Their protective spirit chi was broken, and the streams of light pierced through their bodies, bringing with them a few puffs of blood. Under the powerful force of inertia, their corpses flew a few meters forward and fell to the ground. Run in different directions. Now someone roared. What if they couldn't defeat the enemy? Naturally, they could only run. What if they couldn't escape? They just had to run faster than their companions. That was what everyone was thinking. After that roar, there were only 8 disciples of the divine will sect left alive. The 8 of them fled in 8 different directions, each of them activating their own life-saving secret techniques. For a moment, streams of light of various colors flashed in all directions. As expected, Lu Yi couldn't chase after all of them. The imperial artifact in his box buzzed as he attacked 2 of them while he pounced on another. After killing this person, he quickly turned around and pounced on another. It was a good idea to escape in different directions. If it was used to deal with other cultivators, it might be effective. However, if they weren't fast enough, it would be meaningless. After half a cup of tea's time, Lu Yi had chased them for 15 kilometers and killed the last divine will sex cultivator with a saber. At this point, the enemies who were chasing after him were all wiped out. Lu Yi sheathed his saber with a calm expression. His eyes flickered as he thought about the gains and losses of this battle. It had to be said that cultivating the tyrant saber technique for half a month had brought him great improvement. Compared to half a month ago, his cultivation base hadn't increased much, but his attainments in saber techniques had improved tremendously. Most importantly, he now had his own set of saber techniques. He had his own set of techniques in the past, but they were scattered, which was reflected in the process of him fighting his enemies. He didn't have the ability to summarize them. Now, with the help of the tyrant saber technique, he had an intuitive understanding of his saber technique system. This was very beneficial. To put it simply, Lu Ye's previous cultivation in saber techniques was almost like a blind man walking. Wherever he went, he might occasionally hit a wall or something. Even if he extorted a lot of saber techniques from the wild saber sect, which allowed him to take fewer detours, he was still blind in the end. Now it was different. There was light in his eyes, and there was a path in front of him. It was the path of saber techniques. As long as he continued to cultivate along this path, he could continuously improve his attainments in saber techniques. This was his path, which was different from the improvement of his cultivation base. The improvement of his cultivation base was a broad path shared by all cultivators. As long as he cultivated step by step, cultivators could go further and further on this broad path. However, no matter which cultivator it was, they should have their own path. It wasn't easy. It had been 2 or 3 years since he started cultivating. It was only today that he finally saw the path in front of him. Lu Yi couldn't help but sigh. After taking out a few spirit pills and swallowing them, Lu Yi began to contact Yi. After confirming the direction, he began to head north. A day later, at the border of Feng State and Jia State, Rui City, Taiyan restaurant. This was the largest and most luxurious restaurant in the entire Rui City. It was full of guests every day. On the 3rd floor of the restaurant, Lu Yi, and Yi Liuli sat at a table, eating a few of the restaurant's signature dishes. Lu Yi rarely went to places like restaurants. Looking at his life after he stepped into cultivation, he was either cultivating or being hunted down. He didn't have the leisure to be so elegant. The reason he came here was Yi Liuli's suggestion, because she remembered that when she was young, when she followed Ying north, they passed by Rui City and had a meal in this restaurant. However, she was still young at that time and couldn't remember many things clearly. Now that Yi Ying was gone, her elder brother was like a father. Lu Yi took her along, walking the same path as when she was young and eating the same dishes as when she was young. Lu Yi naturally didn't mind and let her do as she pleased. There were many cultivators in the restaurant and even more mortals. This was the atmosphere of the entire Soaring Dragon realm. The boundary between cultivators and mortals was very blurry. This made Lu Yi feel strange. Since entering the Spirit Stream battlefield, he hadn't seen a single mortal. All the cultivators he came into contact with were all cultivators of similar cultivation levels as him. He didn't even know what the atmosphere in the 9 states was like. Many guests were eating and stuffing themselves. There were also storytellers telling novel stories in a cadence. There were even people talking loudly. Restaurants, tea houses, brothels had always been places where dragons and snakes mixed together. Have you heard that 3 days ago, Senior Li Sa of the Imperial Heavenly Sect passed away? Someone's voice suddenly rang out. As this voice rang out, the noisy restaurant suddenly fell silent. Many people looked surprised. Obviously, they hadn't heard the news. The transmission of information in the Soaring Dragon realm wasn't as convenient as in the 9 states. If it was in the 9 states, such a big matter could spread to any corner with cultivators in half a day. The Imperial Heavenly Sect was an extremely ancient sect. The current situation in the Soaring Dragon realm was quite strange. The upper limit of cultivators' cultivation was very low. No matter how hard they cultivated, they couldn't break through the shackles of the Cloud River realm. Therefore, almost all the sects, big or small, had 9th order cultivators. If one's cultivation wasn't at the 9th order, they would be too embarrassed to establish a sect. The difference was that the number of 9th order cultivators was different. The more 9th order cultivators there were, the stronger the sect would naturally be. In the entire world, the Imperial Heavenly Sect was undoubtedly one of the overlords. The other 2 recognized overlords were the Vajra Temple and Howran Academy. The 3 overlords were divided into 3 sides in the Soaring Dragon realm, dominating each realm. There were many sects in this world. In the end, there were still some sects that were similar to these 3 on the surface, but only these 3 were recognized as overlords. This wasn't just because they were strong enough but more importantly because of their inheritances. These three sects, they were all great sects that existed 1,000 years ago. As early as 1,000 years ago, they were already the overlords of the soaring dragon realm. In the 9 states, sects with 1,000-year-old inheritances weren't much. They could be said to be everywhere, but the soaring dragon realm was different. The upper limit of a cultivator was too low. When the inheritance was passed down from generation to generation, it was very easy to have some situations where there was a shortage of manpower. Once or twice, the foundation of a sect would be damaged. If it happened too many times, the sect would inevitably weaken and eventually be destroyed. For example, the tyrannical Saber Villa had only existed for 20 years and now it was gone. There were many rising and destroyed forces like the tyrannical Saber Villa in the soaring dragon realm. The great sects of the 9 states wouldn't be like this. As long as there was a spirit sea realm cultivator in charge, even if 1 or 2 generations didn't have outstanding missions, there would always be a 3rd or 4th generation. There would always be a chance for them to stand up again. The Sacred Flame sect, Golden Cloud Tower, and 100 Refinements Valley were forcefully knocked down from 1st grade great sects to 4th grade great sects. There were no signs of them being destroyed because their foundations were strong enough. If the sects of the soaring dragon realm were to suffer such a blow, they would have long disappeared. Compared to the 2 realms, the survival of the sects of the soaring dragon realm was undoubtedly much more fragile. Therefore, the sects that could maintain their overlord status from 1,000 years ago until now were extremely difficult to deal with. Chapter 698. The 3 overlords had been passed down for thousands of years. This also meant that these 3 clans once had divine ocean realm and true lake realm cultivators. They also possessed the secret to breaking through the shackles of the Cloud River realm. This was something that the other clans in the soaring dragon realm didn't possess. But even the cultivators of these 3 clans were getting worse and worse after the appearance of the Sky Gap. Lisa of the Imperial Heavenly Sect had already reached the transformative realm more than 200 years ago, reaching the peak of the Cloud River tier. All these years he had been comprehending the secrets of the true lake, not only for himself, but also for the cultivation world of the soaring dragon realm. However, in the end, his strength was still insufficient. Today, his lifespan had come to an end, and he had passed away. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. When the news spread, all the major clans in the soaring dragon realm were shocked. Senior Lisa is gone. That Master Fa Hua of the Diamond Temple probably won't live for long. Someone sighed. In terms of age, that Master Fa Hua was older than Lisa. That master was someone who had truly witnessed the might of a true lake realm cultivator. When he was born, there were still true lake realm cultivators in the soaring dragon realm. The reason why he could live longer than Lisa was mainly because the cultivation technique of the Diamond Temple focused on tempering the body. With vigorous blood and qi, one's lifespan would be longer. But thinking about it, he was about to reach his limit. The passing of such seniors wasn't just a temporary loss to the cultivation world. It also represented the loss of the soaring dragon realm's foundation. The Royal Heaven sect had such a character. The Vajra Temple had such a character. And the Haran Academy also had such a character. As a cultivator, it was undoubtedly a sad thing to reach the end of the path because of the limitations of the world. If such changes continued in the soaring dragon realm, there might be no such thing as a group of cultivators in the future. To Senior Lisa, someone stood up and held a wine cup. He bowed towards the direction of the Imperial Heavenly Sect and poured the wine on the ground. To Senior Lisa, everyone followed suit. The atmosphere in the restaurant was heavy. Disregarding everything else, just sitting there for 200 years to find a way out for the cultivation world of the soaring dragon realm was enough to make people respect him, even if he failed in the end. The heavy atmosphere didn't last long. Most of the cultivators were open-minded. With a voice, the dull restaurant became lively again. Everyone, have you heard? Half a month ago, the tyrannical Saber Mountain Villa in the Feng province, was destroyed. Yi Ying was killed, and the entire Yi clan was practically exterminated. Who did it? Someone asked. I'm not too sure about that, but I heard that it was done by the Divine Will sect. These two clans have a grudge against each other, so it's not surprising that the Divine Will sect would take action. It's just a pity that the tyrant saber technique is lost. I heard that it's an incredible saber technique. With the Yi clan gone, I'm afraid that the tyrant saber technique will no longer exist in this world. Lu Yi of Lu of Lu. Of Lu. But from the news, the world only knew that the tyrant saber manor was destroyed. They didn't know that Yi Lu and Yi Liuli were still alive. They didn't even know that the Divine Will sect suffered a great loss at the hands of the tyrant saber manor. Even their vice sect master, Pang Wanhai, and 2 elders were killed. This wasn't strange. The tyrant saber manor wasn't the only enemy of the Divine Will sect. Since they suffered such a great loss, they naturally wouldn't spread the news. Lu Yi couldn't spread the news either. Therefore, these things were kept secret for the time being. The cultivators talked about all sorts of things. The topic changed very quickly. After all, most of the things they talked about weren't their personal experiences. They just treated it as a topic of conversation. After talking about the tyrant saber manor, they talked about the strange phenomenon in the Feng province a few days ago. A divine weapon was born, causing countless cultivators to fight. Blood flowed like a river. It was said that even the Howren Academy was alerted. In the end, no one knew who obtained the divine weapon that appeared in the world. Then, they talked about the heavenly gully in the far north. Some people saw a shadow rolling in the gully. The rumors about the heavenly gully hadn't stopped since 800 years ago in the Soaring Dragon Realm. That was because the changes in the Soaring Dragon Realm started with the inexplicable appearance of the heavenly gully. In 800 years, the upper limit of the cultivators went from the divine sea realm to the true lake realm, and then to the current Cloud River. The spirituality of the whole world seemed to be constantly flowing away with the appearance of the heavenly gully. However, although the heavenly gully had appeared 800 years ago, it had always been in the sky of the far north. It hadn't changed much. This attracted countless cultivators to go and take a look. Because of this, a force called the Heavenly Gully Sect was born. The headquarters of the Heavenly Gully Sect was in the Snow Province, not far from the Heavenly Gully. The cultivators of the Heavenly Gully Sect all believed in one truth. The Heavenly Gully was a gift from heaven. Comprehending the mystery of the Heavenly Gully would allow the cultivators to find the path beyond the Cloud River. Most of the cultivators in the Soaring Dragon Realm scoffed at this. But there were also many cultivators who had reached their limits, who wanted to try and comprehend the mysteries of the Heavenly Gully. It was also because of this that the Heavenly Gully Sect had a mix of good and bad people. However, it was undeniable that there were many masters in the sect. Many of them were old Ninth Order, Cloud River Realm cultivators. Some people even felt that the Heavenly Gully Sect's current heritage wasn't inferior to the other 3 overlords. The cultivators in the restaurant were still talking loudly. Lu Yi had already paid for the food and wine. He took Yi and Yi Liuli out of the North City Gate, summoned the spirit boat, and continued north. In the air, a stream of light flashed quickly. It was a shuttle-shaped, flying spirit artifact. A short man sat on top of it. His face was as pale as paper. Judging from the aura fluctuations on his body, he was a Ninth Order, Cloud River Realm cultivator. However, this person seemed to be seriously injured. His aura was extremely weak. As he flew, he would suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. The flying spirit artifact also shook and almost fell from the sky. Damned woman! Damned woman! The man spat out the blood in his mouth and cursed through gritted teeth. He didn't expect that he would encounter such misfortune when he thought that it was a great opportunity. What kind of opportunity was that? It was simply a malicious spirit that came to take his life. There were several times when he wanted to throw away the thing he had obtained from the fire a few days ago, because it was the cause of his current condition. However, every time he took it out and wanted to throw it away, he couldn't bear to. After all, although this thing was dangerous, he could feel the terrifying power it contained. It was definitely not a power that a Cloud River realm cultivator could unleash. It was indeed a rare treasure. How could he be willing to throw it away just like that? These days he had searched for famous medical cultivators in the vicinity, but none of them could alleviate his injuries. Now there was only one last hope left. Snow Province's Medicine Valley, the little fairy doctor. All the way north. The Imperial Heaven Sect. The atmosphere in the sect had been quiet for the past few days. Li Sa's death was undoubtedly a big blow to the Imperial Heaven Sect. Cultivators were open-minded by nature. Life and death were common occurrences to them. They didn't have to wear mourning clothes because of one person's death. In fact, they didn't even have a grand funeral. Only some of the higher-ups of the Imperial Heaven Sect placed Li Sa's body in a hidden place and buried her. The current sect master of the Imperial Heaven Sect, Huang Liang, had been busy with this matter for the past few days. He only finished today. Walking out of the tomb where Li Sa's body was placed, Huang Liang said softly, "I'll set off now. I'll have to trouble you all to take care of the sect." Vice Sect Master Kuei Yuanshan said, "Sect Master, let me go." The other elder-level cultivators also volunteered, one after another. No one knew why Huang Liang wanted to take a look at Sky Ravine at this time. Huang Liang shook his head. "I'll only be at ease if I go personally." He didn't say much. When Li Sa passed away, he was by her side. In terms of status, he was Li Sa's personal disciple. At that time, Li Sa already felt that her lifespan was coming to an end and prepared to say some last words. However, just as she was about to say her last words, she suddenly looked toward the north in a daze. Her eyes revealed a look of fear, and then she stopped breathing. Thinking back to the scene that day, Huang Liang faintly felt that at the last moment of her life, her master must have seen something. In the north, only an existence like Sky Ravine could attract her master's attention. Therefore, after taking care of Li Sa's funeral, Huang Liang decided to go to Sky Ravine to take a look. He wanted to know what her master saw before she passed away. As he said this, he had already summoned his spirit tool and soared into the sky. In the Diamond Temple, the sound of chanting sutras accompanied by the crisp sound of a wooden fish rang out. As a great sect with a legacy of thousands of years, the atmosphere in the Diamond Temple was undoubtedly solemn. In the deepest forbidden area of the Diamond Temple, a young novice monk was sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground. Suddenly he sensed something and looked up. What he saw gave him a fright. He did not know when a thin figure appeared in front of him. The figure was so thin that it was as if she was only skin and bones. Her face was covered in layers of wrinkles and dark spots. Only a pair of eyes were as bright as the stars. The figure appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of the young novice monk. She quietly looked toward the north and frowned. The two snow-white eyebrows beside her eyebrows trembled. Grand Master? The young novice monk finally recognized the figure and hurriedly bowed. This person was Monk F.A. Hua, who had been sitting in the forbidden area of the Diamond Temple for 300 years. The young novice monk had never seen him before, but who else would dare to appear in the forbidden area at this time other than the Grand Master? However, when the young novice monk raised his head again, the figure was gone. The thin and weak old man who appeared in front of him just now had already disappeared. He was reading a book. Did I see a ghost? The young novice monk was shocked and his face turned pale. He hurriedly threw away the broom in his hand and ran out shouting, "It's a ghost! It's a ghost!" After a while, a group of monks rushed over after hearing the news. They were all burly and full of vitality. After a round of investigation, they confirmed that their Grand Master was gone. The group of monks was confused. None of them knew why their Grand Master came out of seclusion without a word and disappeared without a trace. Jing Jing walked to Tang San's side and sat down cross-legged beside him. She nodded her head lightly. Tang San squinted his eyes, and his body slowly floated up. He stood up on the heart of the heaven's flower. He took a deep breath, and the aura in his body surged. The 9 bloodlines in his body had already reached a state of balance after the fusion. His body began to improve rapidly. On his forehead, the light pattern of the golden trident appeared again. At this moment, Tang San's aura began to transform. His divine sense and the imprint of the golden trident fused together. He sensed the aura of the golden trident, and his eyes began to brighten. The sound of waves that sounded like chanting could be heard beside him. An intense light began to rise rapidly, and a huge golden shadow appeared behind him. Tang San's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the sky. Instantly, a loud bang erupted from the heaven's flower. A huge golden light pillar soared into the sky and into the clouds. Not far away, the heavenly fox, great demon emperor, felt a shocking will erupt. The entire hell garden trembled violently, and the flowers began to wither rapidly. All of the luck seemed to be gathering toward the golden light pillar. His expression changed drastically, but he did not dare to be negligent. With a shake of his body, he revealed his true form. He turned into a 9-tailed heavenly fox that was more than 100 meters long. Each of his tails was more than 300 meters long. His 9 tails covered the sky and blotted out the sun. He emitted a large amount of luck and injected it into the Hell Garden to stabilize the realm. The Hell Garden must not be destroyed. Otherwise, it would be a devastating disaster for the heavenly foxes. In the ancestral court, the heavenly fox, Sacred Mountain, the golden light that had been restrained suddenly became intense again. Not only that, but the heavenly fox, Sacred Mountain's body also emitted a white light. However, the white light seemed to be collapsing inward. A golden beam of light shot up into the sky without any warning, instantly soaring high into the sky. The rulers, who had just withstood another thunderbolt disaster, subconsciously scattered. In the next instant, the golden light pillar had already rushed into the thunderbolt clouds. The pitch-black tribulation cloud was instantly lit up and turned into a dark golden cloud. All the purple color disappeared at this moment and was replaced by a huge golden thunderbolt. It seemed to have filled the entire realm with fury. Chapter 699. In the deepest part of Haran Academy, in front of a thatched cottage, a man in a green robe was holding a scroll in one hand and a fishing rod in the other. There was Li Sa in the Imperial Heavenly Sect, Fei Hua in the Jinggang Temple, and Lu Tianyi in Haran Academy. The 3 of them could be said to be the oldest people in the entire Soaring Dragon realm. However, unlike Li Sa and Fei Hua, who were old, Lu Tianyi looked like he was only about 40 years old at first glance. Compared to the other 2, he was undoubtedly much younger. This was not because he was good at maintaining his appearance, but because of the difference in the way of cultivation. The way of cultivation in Haran Academy was particular about a little Haranchi. He lived a more carefree life than the other 2. His youthful mentality was reflected in his body, making it difficult for him to look old. Of course, this was also the reason why Lu Tianyi's attainments in the way of Haran were not low. This kind of attainment had nothing to do with his cultivation realm, but with his state of mind. The fishing float, floating on the water, suddenly sank. A dragging force came from the fishing rod in his hand, but Lu Tianyi did not move at all. He just looked up to the north. His original carefree attitude had disappeared and was replaced by seriousness and confusion. A breeze blew, and Lu Tianyi's figure had already disappeared. The fishing rod was also dragged into the water. On the horizon, a stream of light flew straight to the north. Almost at the same time, Lu Tianyi and Fei Hua of the Jinggang Temple felt something. Compared to Li Sa, who had already passed away, they were 3 days later. This was not because Li Sa's cultivation was higher, but because when people were about to die, They could see and feel things that others could not and could not feel. The three of them were rankers who had lived the longest in the soaring dragon realm. All of them had inherited a part of the realm's destiny. They might not be able to improve their cultivation, but they could vaguely sense the changes in the soaring dragon realm. The seriously injured cultivators, Huang Liang of the Imperial Heavenly Sect, Fei Hua of the Jingang Temple, Lu Tianyi, Lu Yi, and Yilioli of Haran Academy, were all heading north. The territory of the soaring dragon realm was actually not big. It was much smaller than the 9 states. In one day, Lu Yi took Yilioli and Yi out of Feng Province and into Jia Province. In another day, they had already passed Gan Province. If they continued forward, they would be in Snow Province. Although Snow Province was famous for its snow, it didn't snow all year round. It was just that it was located in the north, so the temperature was generally lower. However, the change in temperature did not affect the cultivators that much. What made Lu Yi feel at ease was that Yi Liuli's old illness showed no signs of acting up during these few days. But then again, Yi Liuli's illness didn't flare up very often. Sometimes it would flare up once every few months, and sometimes it would flare up every few years. Therefore, there should be plenty of time. They rested in the wild at night and continued their journey at dawn. Finally, they arrived at the Snow Province. The medicine valley of the little fairy doctor was in the Snow Province. It was not far away. Based on Lu Ye's current speed, it would take at most 1 day to arrive. When they arrived in Snow Province, the ravine was already visible in the distance. When Lu Yi entered this realm, he had some information about the ravine in his mind. Therefore, he was somewhat interested in the ravine that suddenly appeared 800 years ago. According to the cultivators of the soaring dragon realm, the current difficult situation in the cultivation world began when the ravine appeared. The ravine lay there. It seemed to have no effect on the soaring dragon realm, but it seemed to have a subtle force that constantly lowered the upper limit of the cultivators in the entire world. Each generation was worse than the previous. Lu Yi couldn't figure out the reason behind this, but he could faintly feel that he would not be able to avoid this strange ravine on this trip to the secret realm of the soaring dragon realm. Looking up, he indeed saw a huge mark on the horizon. It was as if the sky had been torn apart. It also looked like a dark centipede crawling on the sky. The cracks around the ravine were like the limbs of the centipede. Lu Yi, he suddenly said, "Don't you think this ravine looks a little familiar?" How could Lu Yi not see it? He turned his head and glanced at Yi Liuli, who was sleeping in Yi's arms. A thoughtful look flashed across his eyes. The ravine that lay across the horizon was indeed familiar because its shape was exactly the same as the birthmark on Yi Liuli's back. Even the corresponding number and position of the centipede's limbs were exactly the same. It was just that one was incomparably huge, and the other was just a birthmark. Could there be such a coincidence in this world? If it was really a coincidence, then so be it. The key was that as they traveled north these few days, Yi Liuli's condition became increasingly worse. As a cultivator of the Cloud River realm, she gradually became addicted to sleep. She would sleep for most of the day. This was obviously not normal. Lu Yi only glanced at the birthmark on Yi Liuli's back, but with his eyesight and memory, he naturally couldn't forget it. Was it really a coincidence? But if it wasn't a coincidence, what did the birthmark on Yi Liuli's back have to do with this ravine? Lu Yi couldn't understand. Although he hadn't been in the soaring dragon realm for long, he had a feeling that the entire soaring dragon realm was full of secrets, and there was a faint sense of crisis. This sense of crisis grew stronger as he continued to move forward. Suddenly, a fluctuation of spirit energy came from the side. Lu Yi turned his head to look and saw a stream of light moving around a large ship spirit artifact. From time to time, he would activate his spirit artifact to attack the ship, but he was blocked by the cultivators on the ship. The aura flowing around the stream of light was that of a Cloud River Realm 9th Order. However, this person seemed to be seriously injured as his aura was fluctuating. Therefore, even if the cultivators on the ship's spirit artifact were weaker than him, this person couldn't do anything for a while. However, he didn't retreat. Instead, he pretended to attack while shouting, "Bastards of the Heaven Ravine sect, how dare you commit such evil deeds? Just wait for your sect to be destroyed, cough, cough, cough." As he shouted, he vomited a large mouthful of blood, as if he was about to die. The Heaven Ravine sect. Lu Yi recalled for a moment and had a vague impression of this force. It seemed to be a group of relatively stubborn cultivators whose purpose was to comprehend the mysteries of the Heaven Ravine. They always felt that the mysteries contained in the Heaven Ravine were the only way out for the cultivators of the Soaring Dragon Realm. The entire Soaring Dragon Realm didn't have a good impression of the Heaven Ravine sect. However, because the Heaven Ravine sect was full of masters and they were only active within the Snow Province, it was very difficult for ordinary cultivators to come into contact with them. Unexpectedly, he met them here. Lu Yi wasn't willing to intervene in the battles between cultivators. After all, he didn't know who was right and who was wrong. If he rashly interfered, he would only cause trouble for himself. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly looked at the cabin of the ship. There was a window there, and it seemed to be the bottom of the ship. Through the window, he saw many figures gathered together. What surprised him was that these people were actually mortals who had never cultivated before. All of them looked desperate and frightened, and many of them seemed to be injured. The battles between cultivators rarely involved mortals. This was the case for both the Soaring Dragon Realm and the 9 provinces. No matter what, cultivators started as mortals. If there were no mortals, where would cultivators come from? In the 9 provinces, there were a large number of mortals living in the territories of the various sects. Every sect had the responsibility to protect the mortals in their territories, because the continuation of the sect's inheritance depended on selecting excellent disciples from these mortals. The large number of mortals in the cabin of the ship looked like they had been kidnapped. Otherwise, they wouldn't look so terrified. Lu Yi vaguely understood what had happened when he recalled the words of the 9th Order cultivator who was coughing up blood. This Heaven Ravine sect. What were they trying to do? Even a rabbit wouldn't eat the grass near its burrow. Their roots were in the Snow Province, but now they had kidnapped so many mortals. Were they not afraid that the news would spread and the 3 overlord sects would join forces to annihilate them? This kind of thing had happened in the Soaring Dragon Realm before. There was once an evil sect that didn't care about the lives of mortals and wantonly massacred them. In the end, the 3 overlord sects took action, and the vast evil sect was annihilated overnight. However, no matter what they were doing, it was obviously not a good thing. The 9th Order cultivator who was coughing up blood must have encountered this matter and wanted to intervene. But because of his serious injuries, he was unable to do so. "Stay here, and don't move," Lu Yi instructed Yi before rushing out of the spirit ship and heading in that direction. If it was just a battle between cultivators, he wouldn't be bothered to intervene. But since some mortals were involved, he couldn't just sit back and watch. Back then, he was also rescued from Evil Moon Valley by the cultivators of Grand Heaven Alliance. Step by step, he had reached where he was today. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was within 3 kilometers of the battlefield. The cultivator who was coughing up blood seemed to have noticed him and turned his head to look at him. A vigilant look immediately appeared in his eyes. He was currently in a bad state, otherwise he would have already broken through the defenses of the ship. Suddenly, someone appeared at this time. Who knew if this person was from Heaven Canyon sect? After all, this was Heaven Canyon sect's territory. Looking at Lu Ye's cultivation, he was only a 6th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator, so there was nothing to be afraid of. While he was vigilant, Lu Yi arrived in front of him. What made him feel relieved was that Lu Yi didn't have any hostility. He just stood in the direction of the ship and stared at it. He's a friend, not an enemy. The cultivator immediately made a judgment and shouted, "Little brother, I don't know why Heaven Canyon sect has kidnapped a large number of mortals. It seems that they want to send them to the north. Let's work together to break their turtle shell and rescue them first." "Okay, Lu Yi responded and pulled out the mountain-ascending saber from his waist. He swung it forward fiercely. Seeing this, the Ninth Order cultivator said, "This spirit ship has a protective spirit array. Little brother, don't waste your strength. Let's work together!" Before he could finish, Lu Yi had already swung his saber. Under this strike, the protective light curtain that enveloped the entire spirit ship shook violently. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. Ripples spread out wildly. This scene startled the cultivator. He was a Ninth Order cultivator. Even if he couldn't use his full strength, it was impossible for him to be weaker than a Sixth Order cultivator. However, he hadn't caused such a big disturbance in his previous attacks. Moreover, in his opinion, Lu Ye's attack wasn't too powerful. It didn't make sense for it to have such an obvious effect. To be continued. Chapter 700. The only way to achieve twice the result with half the effort was to attack the nodes of the spirit array. However, the nodes of any spirit array were constantly changing according to the flow of spirit qi. Even for array cultivators, it was not easy to deduce the location of the nodes. It was even more difficult to deduce the nodes and attack at the same time. Is this saber-wielding brat really that lucky? Did he hit the nodes with just one slash? Just as this person was thinking this, Lu Yi slashed a second time. An even more violent movement was heard, and the protective light curtain above the spirit ship rippled even more violently. Even the spirit ship shook violently. The few Heaven Canyon sect cultivators standing on the deck didn't put Lu Yi in their eyes. Although they didn't have any decent masters on this trip, they had a lot of people, 7 or 8 of them. What they were afraid of was the Ninth Order cultivator coughing blood. Even if he looked like he was about to die, who knew if he was real? Moreover, even if he was seriously injured, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Therefore, when faced with the provocation of this cultivator coughing blood, they just hid on the spirit ship and didn't dare to act rashly. Who would have thought that a Sixth Order cultivator would cause such a big disturbance in the spirit ship's protective spirit array? For a moment, the cultivators on the deck couldn't stand still. A fierce-looking male cultivator with a long scar on his face shouted, "Where did this brat come from? How dare you meddle in the affairs of my Heaven Canyon sect in Snow Province? Leave immediately, or you will die without a burial place." Someone else also shouted, "We have already contacted the sect's elders. Just wait for your death." As soon as these words came out, Lu Yi didn't care, but the man coughing blood looked worried. He wasn't afraid, but worried that if they delayed for too long, the masters of Heaven Canyon sect would arrive, and the abducted mortals wouldn't be able to be saved. He was more worried that Lu Yi would be afraid and leave. After all, in Snow Province, Heaven Canyon sect was very famous, and no one dared to provoke them. Turning his head, he saw that Lu Yi had already slashed a third time. Kacha! There seemed to be a shattering sound in the depths of their hearts, and a crack appeared on the spirit ship's protective spirit array. The cultivators of the Heavenly Gorge sect, who had been yelling incessantly, were terrified by this scene, and their expressions all changed. On the contrary, the man coughing up blood couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Good. At this point, how could he not see that Lu Yi wasn't just lucky? Instead, he had really seen through the nodes of the array, and every slash of his blade had landed on the nodes. This person must be an extremely brilliant array cultivator. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to have such ability. However, he racked his brains and compared the famous array cultivators in his mind with the person in front of him, but he could not find any similarities. He could not understand when such a person had appeared in the Soaring Dragon realm. His cultivation was not high, but his array skills were ridiculously high. Seeing that Lu Yi was about to unleash his fourth strike, the scarred man on the spirit ship gnashed his teeth and shouted, "Brat, you're really courting death!" As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Lu Yi. The protective spirit formation only protected the outside but not the inside. He could kill his way out. Seeing how powerful Lu Ye's methods were, He could no longer sit still and was prepared to kill Lu Yi before retreating. His confidence came from his seventh order cultivation. Not good. The cultivator, coughing up blood, was thinking about Lu Ye's identity, but he did not expect Heaven Canyon's sect to respond in such a way. His figure flickered, and he was about to rush over to help, but he was already seriously injured. The sudden attack made him feel like his whole body was about to fall apart. His vision darkened, and he almost fell from the sky. When he came back to his senses and looked again, he found it unbelievable. That was because the boy with the saber was still standing alone in front of the spirit ship. Not far in front of him, blood splattered as a head flew off and a headless corpse fell from the sky. What happened? The man coughing up blood thought that Lu Yi would be defeated, but he never expected that Lu Yi would kill the scarred cultivator just because his vision darkened. How did he do it? He did not see the scene of Lu Yi killing the enemy, but the Heaven Canyon sect cultivators saw it clearly. One slash. With just one slash, the scarred man, who was the strongest among them, was decapitated. This scene deeply shocked them because even a Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivator would not be able to do it so cleanly. They were really unlucky. They had been sent out to carry out such a mission. It was fine that they encountered the 9th Order cultivator coughing up blood. That cultivator was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, so there was nothing to be afraid of. But who was this boy with the saber? The saber flashed and slashed down again. Kacha! Spiderweb-like cracks instantly appeared on the light curtain of the protective array. Then, with a crash, it shattered. The Heaven Canyon sect disciples protected by the array were instantly exposed to the saber. The man coughing up blood flew over, and Lu Yi also attacked with his saber. How could the Heaven Canyon sect cultivators resist the joint attack of the two? They were all killed in a moment. The man coughing up blood sat on the deck with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. But he still looked up at Lu Yi with a look of approval. Little brother, you did well. How should I address you? Lu Yi cupped his fists. Feng Province Yi Lu. Little brother Yi. The man coughing up blood nodded slightly and saluted back with difficulty. Qi Province Zhuangbu Fan. As he introduced himself, he glanced at Lu Ye's expression. But he saw that Lu Ye's expression was calm, as if he had never heard of this name before. Zhuangbu Fan immediately concluded that this little brat was a greenhorn. Otherwise, it was impossible for him not to have heard of his name. Thief god Zhuangbu Fan was a famous figure in the entire Soaring Dragon realm. Anyone with a bit of knowledge would have heard of him. Brother Yi, there is one more thing I must trouble you with, Zhuangbu Fan said softly. Lu Yi understood. Do you want me to release those mortals? He had some respect for this Zhuangbu Fan. Zhuangbu Fan was already seriously injured, but when he saw the mortal suffering, he still jumped out to stop them. It was obvious that he was a kind person. Zhuangbu Fan nodded. Indeed. A small matter. Saying so, Lu Yi walked into the cabin and found the central spirit array that controlled the spirit ship. A moment later, under his control, the spirit ship floated to the ground. While he was busy here, Zhuangbu Fan had already walked into the hold and released the mortals who had been captured. At the same time, he also inquired about some information from them. The results of his inquiry made Zhuangbu Fan's heart heavy. Go! Leave this place, leave the snow province, go live somewhere else. On the deck, Zhuangbu Fan waved to the mortals who were kowtowing to him. There were more than 400 people released. Among them were some young people. Although they had lost their homes, as long as they supported each other, they could still leave the snow province. If possible, Zhuangbu Fan would be more willing to send them out of the snow province. But if he really did so, it would only bring disaster to them. Watching a large group of old and young people leave, Zhuangbu Fan turned his head to look at Lu Yi. Brother Yi, farewell. Lu Yi nodded slightly. After a while, Zhuangbu Fan was stunned. Why are you still here? Lu Yi said, Brother Zhuang, why are you still here? Zhuang Bufan coughed a few times. My injuries are serious. I need to take a breather before I leave. Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh. He felt that this person was a little funny. He shook his head slightly, jumped off the deck, and began to set up spirit arrays around. Zhuang Bufan poked his head out from the deck and asked curiously, "Brother Yi, what are you doing?" Lu Yi didn't even raise his head. "Brother Zhuang's injuries are not light. It's best for you to recuperate. Otherwise, you'll die first before dying at the hands of the enemy." Zhuang Bufan's expression became solemn. "Since little brother has noticed, you shouldn't stay here any longer. The elders of Heaven Canyon sect are definitely Ninth Order. You are not their opponent." Saying so, he looked up towards the place where Yi and Yuli were standing. "There are still people waiting for you over there. Don't make them sad. So, I'm setting up a spirit array." Zhuang Bufan was speechless for a while. Although he had inferred that Lu Ye's attainments in the spirit array Dao were not low, in the end it was only an inference. He had never seen Lu Ye's methods with his own eyes, so he didn't know what Lu Ye's attainments in the spirit array Dao were. However, Lu Ye's calmness at this moment gave him some confidence. Perhaps things aren't as bad as I thought. Thinking of this, Zhuang Bufan said, "I have already sent a message to a few friends about the evil deeds committed by Heaven Canyon sect. They will find a way to contact the Imperial Heaven sect, Vajra Temple, and Haran Academy. I believe that in a few days, the three great sects will take action. So, as long as we can stop the pursuers, those mortals will have a chance to escape. Brother Yi, tell me, how confident are you?" The reason why he didn't personally escort those mortals out of Snow Province was that the dead Heaven Canyon sect cultivators had already sent a message to a certain Heaven Canyon sect elder, and the pursuers could arrive at any time. Since the elder was a Ninth Order cultivator, he would definitely be a Ninth Order cultivator. When the battle broke out, countless mortals would be killed or injured even if they hid in the cabin. However, he couldn't leave just like that, or the people he rescued would soon be captured. He didn't tell Lu Yi about this and planned to stay here alone to stop the pursuers of Heaven Canyon sect. Since he was already involved in this matter, there was no reason to give up halfway. But he didn't expect that Lu Yi would see through his thoughts, even though he didn't say anything. What a warm-hearted young man. Zhuang Bufan didn't want to implicate Lu Yi even more. "If I say 100%, would Brother Zhuang believe me?" Lu Yi asked while setting up the spirit array. Zhuang Bufan fell back to the deck and leaned against the wall of the ship. He took out a bottle of wine and took a sip before laughing. "I believe you." Lu Yi didn't need to set up a spirit array to deal with a Ninth Order cultivator, but under the premise of not knowing how many enemies there would be, setting up a spirit array was undoubtedly the safest way. When the time came, even if a few dozen people from Heaven Canyon sect fell into the spirit array, Lu Yi would be able to kill them all. In just over an hour, the spirit array had been set up. Lu Yi flew to the deck, and Yi had already brought Yuli over under his orders. Zhuang Bufan looked at Lu Yi, then at Yi and Yuli. Obviously, he misunderstood something and sighed, "It's good to be young." He took another sip of wine. The era that belonged to him had passed. Fortunately, there would be new talents in every generation, each leading the way for hundreds of years. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. To be continued. Chapter 701. Half an hour later, Zhuang Bufan, who was taking a nap on the deck, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. He shouted in a low voice, "He's here." At the same time, Lu Yi, who was standing not far away from him, also saw a stream of light flying over from the horizon. There was only one stream of light, but judging from its speed and aura fluctuations, it was a Cloud River Ninth Order cultivator. Moreover, the aura it exuded was much stronger than an ordinary Cloud River Ninth Order cultivator. Zhuang Bufan focused his vision, and his expression turned solemn. "It's Sun Qi." This Sun Qi was born in Gan Province's 100 Battles sect. His talent was extraordinary, but his appearance was ugly. When he was young, he loved his junior sister, but failed. More than 30 years ago, on the day of his junior sister's wedding, he killed the groom and humiliated the bride, betraying the sect. 20 years ago, he reached the Ninth Order Cloud River realm and brazenly returned to Gan province to destroy the 100 Battle sect. However, his first impression was that Lu Yi was just a fledgling who was providing him with information about the enemy. Strictly speaking, the Heavenly Gorge sect was actually an evil sect. There were all sorts of people in this sect, and they hid and tolerated evil. There were traitors who had betrayed the sect, villains who had committed all sorts of evil deeds, and people who had offended experts and were driven into a corner. However, for so many years, the Heavenly Gorge sect had only been entrenched in the Snow Province and showed no signs of expansion. Moreover, the cultivators of the sect basically did not leave the Snow Province. Therefore, even the 3 overlord sects did not want to start a war with them. This Sun Chi had cultivated to the Ninth Order Cloud River realm 20 years ago. So after 20 years of accumulation, such a character must be extremely strong. Even if Lu Yi wasn't injured, it was impossible for him to be Sun Chi's opponent. Yang Kai didn't know if Lu Yi had the confidence to defeat him. However, when he thought of how busy this little brother named Sixty was in setting up the spirit array and looked at his calm expression, Zhuang Bufan calmed down a lot. Just as these thoughts were surging in his mind, a man with an ugly face and a figure that was as thin as firewood had already flashed over 100 meters away. He did not come here on an artifact. Instead, he flew here directly. Since he had rushed here so quickly, he must be nearby. As soon as he arrived, he saw the spirit ship docked on the deck and the bloodstains on the deck. Then he looked inside the ship, but there was no aura of any living beings. His expression darkened. So, you're the ones who killed the cultivators of the Heavenly Gorge Church. Lu Yi did not speak, but Zhuang Bufan, who was at the side, cried out weakly, "I killed him." Sun Chi glanced at him and snorted. A stray dog dares to clamor. He didn't know why Zhuang Bufan looked so heavily injured, but among the people present, Zhuang Bufan's cultivation was the highest. With such injuries, he could easily kill him. As for Lu Yi and the others, he didn't care about them at all. However, when his gaze swept past Yi and Yili, his eyes lit up slightly. He broke into a savage grin. Not bad. There's an unexpected gain. Yi felt uncomfortable from his smile and couldn't help but lean closer to Lu Yi and whisper, "This person is so ugly." Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Sun Chi flew into a rage. "What did you say?" Among cultivators, there were very few who cared about their appearance. The higher the cultivation, the more this was the case. But then again, cultivators, regardless of whether they were men or women, would not be too ugly. This was because as their cultivation increased, their spiritual power would nourish their physical bodies. Men would become more dignified, while women would have delicate skin and maintain their youthful looks. Yi had seen thousands of cultivators with Lu Yi, but this was the first time she had seen someone as ugly as Sun Chi. At first glance, this person looked like a toad's head on a bamboo pole. He was so ugly that it was as if the sky was the limit. However, Sun Chi cared about his appearance the most. He was extremely talented. Back then, he was quite favored by his master in the sect. However, because of his natural ugliness, even his beloved junior sister was betrothed to someone else by his master. Therefore, he killed the man who was going to marry his junior sister and got her in his own way. 10 years later, when his cultivation had reached a high level, he returned to the sect and destroyed it in a battle. He made a name for himself. After that, he was chased by the great monks of the Jingang Temple for 3 months. He was forced to flee to the Snow Province and join the Heavenly Gorge sect. This time, he came here with a heavy responsibility, but he didn't expect his good fortune to be ruined. Someone even said he was ugly in front of him. How could he tolerate this? Yi hid behind Lu Yi and made a face at him. Ugly people are always mischievous. I'll kill you. Sun Chi roared, and his whole face became ferocious. The spiritual power around him surged, and he rushed toward the spirit ship. Be careful, Zhuang Bufan shouted in a low voice. However, at this moment he had no room to make a move, so he could only remind him in a low voice. Just as Sun Chi was about to move, a formation flag appeared in Liu Ye's hand, and he waved it gently. Sun Chi, who was rushing toward Yi with his teeth bared and claws bared, suddenly looked stunned. Then his whole body seemed to be pressed down by a mountain, and his body fell down uncontrollably. He reacted quickly and immediately understood what had happened to him. A forbidden sky array? It was creepy. How could there be a forbidden sky array in this damned place? It should be known that in the entire Soaring Dragon Realm, only a few array masters were qualified to set up a forbidden sky array, and it would take a lot of time. If there was a forbidden sky array here, didn't that mean that one of those people had made a move? And which of those array masters did not have a powerful backer behind them? If one of them made a move, it naturally meant that their backer had also made a move. While his mind was racing, Sun Chi's body fell to a position only 10 meters above the ground, and the huge pressure on his shoulders suddenly disappeared without a trace. Before he could catch his breath, Liu Yi waved the formation flag in his hand again, and in an instant the fog rolled over and shrouded his body. Liu Yi stepped out from the deck. His expression relaxed as he walked into the mist. Zhuang Bufan leaned against the wall of the ship with difficulty and poked his head out to look. All he could see was the fog surging in his field of vision, making it impossible to see the situation inside. Only the faint sounds of fighting and the fluctuations of spiritual power could be heard from inside, causing the fog to surge even more fiercely. A moment later, accompanied by a shrill scream, everything calmed down. Who won? Zhuang Bufan's heart skipped a beat. Immediately afterwards, he saw Liu Ye's figure walk out of the fog with a leisurely look on his face. Even his aura hadn't changed in the slightest. Looking at his posture, it didn't look like he had just fought with a Cloud River Ninth Order cultivator, but rather had gone to a nearby river to catch a fish. Sun Chi, who even Zhuang Bufan was afraid of, was now like a dead fish in Liu Ye's hand, his body covered in wounds and his aura completely extinguished. Dead. Zhuang Bufan was shocked to the extreme. He died just like that. He almost wondered if he had recognized the wrong person. Perhaps that wasn't Sun Chi? Was it someone else? But besides Sun Chi, which other Cloud River Ninth Order cultivator was so ugly? Moreover, whether he was Sun Chi or not, he was still a Cloud River Ninth Order cultivator. He had actually died just like that. Thinking back to the spirit array Liu Yi had used before, Zhuang Bufan was shocked. A forbidden sky array, a bewildering array, a trapping array, and a few killing arrays. In just a short 2 hours, he was able to set up such an arrangement. Just how high was this little brother Yi, Liu's attainments in the array Dao? As far as he knew, even the famous array masters in the Soaring Dragon Realm wouldn't be able to arrange a forbidden sky array so easily. No wonder this little brother had been so calm from the beginning to the end, not putting the enemy in his eyes at all. Zhuang Bufan had thought that this little brother was just a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger, but now he knew that this little brother had confidence. Well done, Zhuang Bufan praised. In any case, the current crisis had been resolved. The Heavenly Gully sect had inexplicably lost Sun Chi, so they most likely wouldn't dare to act rashly in the near future. As such, the hundreds of mortals they had saved before would have a chance to escape. But thinking of the information he had obtained from the Heaven Ravine sect cultivators, Zhuang Bufan couldn't help but feel heavy, because according to the information, Heaven Ravine sect had captured more than just this group of mortals. There were other groups that were abducting mortals from other places. Perhaps the entire Snow Province had been affected. He could intervene when he encountered this group of mortals, but he couldn't do anything about the others. He only hoped that the 3 major sects could react quickly and take action. Otherwise, the Snow Province would have many more deaths. Brother Zhuang, are you going to the Medicine Valley? Lu Yefei got on the deck and asked Zhuang Bufan. This wasn't difficult to guess. Zhuang Bufan's injuries and his appearance in the Snow Province meant that he was going to the Medicine Valley to seek treatment from the fairy doctor. Sure enough, Zhuang Bufan nodded and said, I'm going to the Medicine Valley. Brother Yi, are you? He glanced at Yi Liuli, who had been unconscious since just now. Then let's go together. I'll give you a ride. Lu Yefei nodded. Zhuang Bufan was overjoyed. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Yi. In his current state, it would be troublesome for him to rush to the Medicine Valley. It would be best if he could get help. He sighed in his heart. Good people are rewarded. Little Brother Yi, whom he met by chance, was indeed a warm-hearted person. A moment later, 2 streams of light rose into the sky. Yi drove her flying spiritual weapon to carry Yi Liuli, while Lu Yefei carried Zhuang Bufan all the way to the Medicine Valley. Zhuang Bufan was undoubtedly more familiar with the terrain of the Snow Province. With him leading the way, it saved a lot of time. After all, Lu Yefei only knew that the Medicine Valley was in the Snow Province, but he didn't know the exact location of the Snow Province. While moving forward, Zhuang Bufan had been closing his eyes to rest and heal his injuries. Lu Yefei didn't say anything and just hurried on. After half a day, they arrived at the Medicine Valley. The Snow Province was located in the extreme north. Compared to other provinces, the environment was generally bitter and cold. However, the Medicine Valley was like spring all year round. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. Moreover, the spiritual qi here was extremely rich. There seemed to be an excellent spiritual vein underground. This was also the reason why the little fairy doctor had settled down here. She had been treating the injuries of the cultivators in the soaring dragon realm all year round and needed to consume a lot of medicinal herbs. Although some of the cultivators who came to seek treatment would offer free medicinal herbs, there were still some spiritual herbs that could not be bought outside. However, the Medicine Valley had everything. To be continued. Chapter 702. The Medicine Valley was located in a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Looking at it from the sky, Lu Yi could not help but think of Huitian Valley. In terms of scenery, Huitian Valley was one of the best in the entire Cloud River battlefield. However, the scenery in the Medicine Valley seemed to be more beautiful than Huitian Valley. The entire Medicine Valley was divided into medicine fields, where many spiritual flowers and herbs were planted. There were also medicine apprentices busily working in the fields. In the center of the Medicine Valley, there are more than 10 scattered thatched huts. Those were the residences of the Medicine Valley's owner and medicine apprentices. Something's not right, Zhuang Bufan, who was behind Lu Yi, suddenly said. Lu Yi also noticed that something was wrong. At the entrance of the Medicine Valley, there seemed to be many cultivators confronting each other. It seemed that a battle had broken out. There were bloodstains on the ground and 2 corpses lying on the side. This scene surprised Zhuang Bufan greatly. This was because everyone who came to the Medicine Valley for treatment was either severely injured or suffering from some incurable disease. The fairy doctor also had an unwritten rule that no one was allowed to fight within the boundaries of the Medicine Valley. Anyone who broke this rule, no matter who it was, would not be treated by her. Therefore, for so many years, no one had ever dared to fight outside the Medicine Valley. Every cultivator who came here abided by the little fairy doctor's rule. Regardless of whether they were vicious bandits or evil cultivators, they could only restrain themselves when they came here. The Medicine Valley alone was not very powerful. Although the little fairy doctor's strength was not weak, she was alone. Few of her medicine apprentices had high cultivation. However, for so many years, many cultivators had been treated by her. Even in those top sects, there were many who were indebted to her for saving their lives. It could be said that the little fairy doctor's network of connections covered the entire dragon soaring realm. Therefore, even if the Medicine Valley was not a big force, no one dared to have any ideas about it over the years. Even the Heaven Canyon sect in the Snow Province turned a blind eye to the Medicine Valley and minded their own business. There were even cultivators from the Heaven Canyon sect who came to seek treatment from time to time. After all, as a cultivator who had not been injured, sometimes they could recover by taking some healing pills. If the healing pills did not work, they could only seek help from medical practitioners. There was no benefit in offending a medical practitioner, not to mention the dragon soaring realm. Even the 9 states had some special treatment for medical cultivators. Even if the cultivators of the 2 camps captured the medical cultivators of the other side, they would not make things too difficult for them. They could even pay a certain amount of ransom to redeem the captured medical cultivators. Therefore, the confrontation between the cultivators outside the Medicine Valley was extremely inconceivable to Zhuang Bufan. Lu Yi did not know the fairy doctor's rules and was not surprised. If there was no conflict between cultivators, then they were not cultivators. Just as he was about to fly over, a cultivator shouted from afar, "The Heavenly Gorge sect is on business. Halt! Violators will be killed without mercy." It was the Heaven Gorge sect again. Zhuang Bufan frowned. For so many years, Tianhe's sect had occupied the Snow Province and gathered a large number of cultivators. However, they had never left the Snow Province and only focused on comprehending the mysteries of Tianhe. However, the Heavenly Gorge sect had first abducted mortals, and now they had come to the Medicine Valley to stop people from seeking medical treatment. What on earth were they trying to do? Vaguely, Zhuang Bufan felt that the world was about to change. Unlike outsiders like Lu Yi, Zhuang Bufan was a native of the Dragon Soaring Realm. As a 9th Order cultivator, he was naturally more sensitive to the changes in the Dragon Soaring Realm than Lu Yi. There were many Heavenly Gorge sect cultivators blocking the way, about 30 to 40 of them. There were about a dozen cultivators confronting them, and most of them were injured. These cultivators were obviously here to seek medical treatment, but they were blocked by the Heavenly Gorge sect cultivators. This was the reason for the confrontation between the 2 sides. However, it seemed that some people were dissatisfied and wanted to force their way through, but they were killed by the Heavenly Gorge sect. Although the cultivators seeking medical treatment were filled with righteous indignation and felt that the Heavenly Gorge sect was overbearing, they did not dare to say anything. Lu Yi pressed down and landed outside the Medicine Valley with Yi and the others. Zhuang Bufan staggered slightly and sighed secretly. His face was full of worry. The Medicine Valley was blocked by the Heavenly Gorge sect. What should he do? He could not afford to delay his treatment with his current injuries. It was obviously irrational to force his way through. Although he dared to block the Heavenly Gorge sect's spirit ship before, that was a private matter. Now he was in public. If he offended the Heavenly Gorge sect, he would not be able to leave Snow Province even if the little fairy doctor could cure him. "We are here to seek help from the little fairy doctor. Why is your Heavenly Gorge sect blocking our way?" Someone shouted. "That's right. The Medicine Valley belongs to the little fairy doctor, not your Heavenly Gorge sect. Fellow Taoist, can you make an exception and let us enter the Medicine Valley for treatment?" "Fellow Taoist, don't worry. We won't delay your sect's matters." Senior brother, what's wrong?" "Senior brother, don't die." The group of cultivators clamored, and the situation became chaotic. The leader of the Heavenly Gorge sect cultivators was dressed in black and had a cold expression. He was the one who had shouted for Lu Yi to stop when he saw him coming. This person had his hands behind his back and did not put the cultivators who came to seek medical treatment in his eyes. Dan said, "Those who dare to trespass will be killed without mercy." A young and aggressive cultivator was annoyed. "Your Heavenly Gorge sect is too unreasonable." As soon as he finished speaking, the older senior brother next to him covered his mouth. The black-clothed cultivator sneered. "Reason? This father is here to reason. If you want to reason with me, you have to win against this father first." He suddenly frowned and looked at Lu Yi, who was walking out from behind the crowd, and grinned. What do you want? Make way. Lu Yi looked straight at him and kept walking. Zhuang Bufan broke out in a cold sweat. Only now did he realize that Lu Yi, who was beside him a moment ago, had walked out. This little brother was too bold. Previously, he could kill Sun Qi because of the power of the spirit array. Now, the Heavenly Gorge sect had the advantage in numbers, and the black-clothed cultivator was an 8th order cultivator. How could he fight them head-on? He was secretly anxious, but he could only grit his teeth and keep up with Lu Yi. He made up his mind that if things went wrong, he would have to use his divine armament. Even if he would die after using it, he couldn't just stand by and watch such a warm-hearted little brother die here. Finally, another one who isn't afraid of death. The smile on the black-clothed cultivator's face became more and more ferocious. He raised his hand and grabbed a long spear from the storage bag at his waist. Pushing his spirit chi, the long spear bloomed and shot straight at Lu Yi. He shouted, "Die!" Zhang. The sound of a sword rang out, and a dazzling light flashed. The black-clothed cultivator's face suddenly changed. He didn't put Lu Yi in his eyes. When Lu Yi flew over on his artifact, he secretly checked Lu Ye's cultivation. Lu Yi was only a 6th order Cloud River Realm cultivator. With his cultivation, he naturally didn't care too much. Originally, he wanted to kill this arrogant brat to shut up the noisy people around him. But as soon as Lu Yi took out his sword, he felt that something was wrong. An indescribable sense of oppression hit him head-on, making his skin tighten. Accompanying that sense of oppression was a powerful and aggressive aura. It was as if he was the one with the lower cultivation. With a few clanking sounds, the black-clothed cultivator screamed. The ferocious smile on his face had long disappeared and was replaced by deep shock. At this moment, in the huge collision, the web between his thumb and index finger had cracked and blood was flowing out. His aura and spirit chi were in chaos. He raised his long spear high and opened his eyes wide. In his vision, a sword light flashed, and his whole body froze in place. His eyes widened, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. In the silence, a small line of blood appeared on his neck. Then, blood spurted out and his head flew. Cries of surprise rang out. The cultivators of Heaven Canyon sect and those who came to the Medicine Valley for medical treatment were all dumbfounded. The collision between an 8th order and a 6th order cultivator was indeed a battle that could determine victory or defeat in a very short time. But the result was unexpected. The one who died was the black-clothed cultivator with a higher cultivation. How could this happen? Not to mention the cultivators who didn't know Lu Yi. Even Zhuang Bufan was in disbelief. He was originally worried that Lu Yi would suffer a loss at the hands of the black-clothed cultivator and was prepared to rescue him if the situation went wrong. Who would have thought that this little brother named Yi Lu would kill the black-clothed cultivator with just a few slashes? Am I dreaming? Previously, when Lu Yi set up a spirit array to kill Sun Qi, he only saw Lu Ye's terrifying attainments in the Tao of arrays. Now he saw Lu Ye's strength. He killed an 8th order cultivator so easily. In other words, this little brother could compete with a 9th order cultivator. Since ancient times, there had never been such a character in the soaring dragon realm. Which great master taught this disciple? While Zhuang Bufan's thoughts were in turmoil, Lu Yi had already rushed towards the Heaven Canyon sect disciples. After saving the ship of mortals, Lu Yi had a very bad impression of Heaven Canyon sect cultivators. He also had a rough idea of what kind of people these cultivators were. Coupled with the fact that they were blocking his way, Lu Yi didn't hesitate to kill them. He couldn't be wrong to kill them. While Lu Yi was attacking, Yi naturally didn't stay idle. Her spirit energy surged as she sent a series of spirit techniques into the crowd. "Kill them!" someone roared, although they didn't want to offend Heaven Canyon sect. Those who came to the Medicine Valley to seek medical treatment were all people who didn't have long to live. If they couldn't see the little fairy doctor, they would lose their lives. How could they still care about Heaven Canyon sect? They didn't dare to act rashly before. First, they were a sheet of loose sand. Second, their strength was indeed inferior. Some of them had already died at the hands of Heaven Canyon sect. They should learn from their mistakes. Now that Lu Yi had stepped forward, driven by their survival instincts, many cultivators obeyed. Before the Heaven Canyon sect cultivators could recover from the shock of the black-clothed cultivator's death, they were attacked head-on. Several more died in an instant. In addition, Lu Yi rushed into the crowd of enemies. Everywhere he went, blood rained down. The scene instantly turned into a mess. To be continued. Chapter 703. In the center of the Medicine Valley, there were a dozen scattered straw huts. These were the residences of the Medicine Valley's owner and the medicine apprentices. In the middle straw hut, a stalwart man with shoulder-length black hair and an unruly temperament was standing in front of a woman. He had an impatient look on his face as he said, "If I respect you, I call you the little fairy doctor. If I look down on you, so what if I flatten your Medicine Valley?" The leader of the Heaven Canyon sect's blockade of the Medicine Valley was naturally not the 8th Order cultivator who was killed by Lu Yi. Such a big matter was not something an 8th Order cultivator could handle. Therefore, the leader this time was the 9th elder of the Heaven Canyon sect, Wuxia. There were many elders in the Heaven Canyon sect, and all of them were 9th Order Cloud River Realm cultivators. It was said that they were ranked in the top 50. The ranking of these elders was not fixed. The higher the ranking of the cultivators, the stronger they were. With dozens of elders, all of them were 9th Order Cloud River Realm cultivators, who would feel that they were weaker than others. Therefore, the ranking of the elders in the Heaven Canyon sect would often change. However, the top 10 elders had never changed. The first elder to the 10th elder could be said to be the mainstay of the entire Heaven Canyon sect. They would not be mobilized for no reason. This time, for the little fairy doctor, Wuxia, who was ranked 9th, had personally come. It could be said that he had given them a lot of face. He wanted to invite the little fairy doctor back to the headquarters of the Heaven Canyon sect. In the past, the Heaven Canyon sect and the Medicine Valley had not interfered with each other because the little fairy doctor had too many connections. If they really offended the little fairy doctor, the Heaven Canyon sect would be in a terrible situation. But now the sect was planning something big. Regardless of success or failure, the entire Heaven Canyon sect would stand on the opposite side of the soaring dragon cultivation world. When that time came, there would be many people coming to the Snow Province to encircle and annihilate them. When the war started, casualties were inevitable. If the little fairy doctor and her medicine apprentices were here, they could also heal the injured Heaven Canyon sect cultivators in time. In fact, whether the little fairy doctor agreed or not, he was going to take her away. As expected, the little fairy doctor did not agree to his request. This made Wuxia quite impatient. After a few words, he was already angry. A gentle voice sounded, "This is just a place for living people to treat illnesses. I am also a doctor. 9th elder. Why do you have to show off in front of me?" Little fairy doctor, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You should know what kind of person I, Wuxia, am. Since the sect leader sent me here to deal with this matter, you should know the consequences of rejecting me. Today, even if it's just your corpse, I will bring it back. Who doesn't experience life and death? Even in the face of the suppressed anger of a Cloud River 9th Order cultivator, the little fairy doctor remained calm and collected, only minding her own business as she sorted out the herbs in front of her meticulously. Very good. The corners of Wuxia's mouth curled up and a cold smile appeared on his face. He had already made up his mind. Since he could not bring the fairy doctor back alive, he could at least bring a dead one back. This was also the original intention of the sect leader when he sent him to deal with this matter. Just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly sensed something. He turned his head towards the entrance of the valley and shouted, "How dare you!" By the time he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. Only a streak of light could be seen rushing towards the entrance of the valley. He had sensed the commotion caused by Lu Yi killing the black-clothed cultivator. Inside the thatched hut, the little fairy doctor raised her head and stared in the direction of the entrance of the valley. Her eyes flickered with a faint light. Although there were many obstacles, she seemed to be able to see the situation over there clearly. She sighed softly, as if she could not hear it. At the entrance of the valley, the scene was a mess. With Lu Yi at the front and the many cultivators who came to seek medical treatment behind him, the Heavenly Gully sect cultivators were forced to retreat. They clearly had more people, but they could not block Lu Ye's attacks at all. Until a certain moment, Lu Yi raised his head and saw a streak of light rushing towards him from the direction of the Medicine Valley. Before the person arrived, he had already vented his monstrous anger. "How dare you kill a disciple of my Heavenly Gully sect? Even if you die 10,000 times, you won't be able to absolve yourself from the blame. Lu Yi, be careful!" Yi cried out in a low voice. She had already sensed the strength of this person. Just as she finished speaking, Hupa, who was originally crouching on her shoulder to help her take care of Yuli, leaped up and landed on Lu Ye's shoulder. Hupa was like a cat whose fur was standing on end. He lowered his body slightly, his fur standing on end, and let out a low growl from his throat. Hupa would only act like this when he was facing a threat. In Lu Ye's field of vision, everything around him had disappeared, leaving only the stalwart figure rushing towards him. Strong, very strong. Lu Yi had encountered many Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivators, not to mention those on the Cloud River battlefield. He had killed 2 Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivators in the Soaring Dragon Realm. One was Pang Wan Hai of the Divine Will sect, and the other was Sun Chi of the Heavenly Gully sect. But even though they were all 9th Order cultivators, the feeling they gave him was completely different. In terms of strength alone, Sun Chi was undoubtedly stronger than Pang Wan Hai, but this person was even stronger than Sun Chi. The special environment of the Soaring Dragon Realm created a gap in strength between these Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivators, who could not improve their cultivation. Since they could not improve their cultivation, they could only hone their fighting skills and consolidate their foundation. The Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivators of the Soaring Dragon Realm had truly reached the limit of the Cloud River Realm. Therefore, even if their cultivation was the same, their strength was completely different. It was just like the gap between the 3 malignant tumors on the Spirit Stream battlefield and the ordinary 9th Order cultivators. "It's the 9th Elder of Heaven Gorge sect, Wu Xia." Zhuang Bufan's voice rang in Lu Ye's ear. "He is a sword cultivator. Brother Yi, be careful." Almost at the same time as Zhuang Bufan's voice rang out, an azure stream of light shot out from Wu Xia's hand. A sharp aura locked onto Lu Yi, and the sharp aura cut into Lu Ye's skin, causing him to feel pain. Sword cultivators had always been known for their murderous nature. They were also the most lethal of all cultivation forces. In a comparison of strength between cultivators of the same level, sword cultivators often suppressed all other cultivation forces. Not to mention, Wu Xia's cultivation was even higher than Lu Ye's. There was a flying sword in the cyan light, and all the sharpness and fierceness came from this flying sword. Even if they were not targeted by this flying sword, the cultivators who followed Lu Yi could not help but stop in their tracks. All of them felt a chill run down their spines, and in their panic they felt as if the end of the world had come. When this sword appeared, everyone's hopes were dashed, and they suddenly felt as if there was no meaning in living anymore. Zhuang Bufan bit the tip of his tongue and forcibly broke free from his negative state. His heart was filled with shock. He had long heard that the top 10 elders of Heavenly Gully sect were all unparalleled in strength. Only after seeing them today did he realize that the rumors were not false. Just the flying sword of Wu Xia, who was ranked 9th, had already reached the level of severing the heart before severing the body. It was hard to imagine how powerful the elders ranked above him were. Zhuang Bufan looked at Lu Yi with a worried expression. He did not know what would happen to Lu Yi. However, the scene he saw shocked him. Facing such a sword, this brother, Yi actually stomped his feet on the ground. Wherever he stood, the ground cracked, and a pair of deep footprints appeared on the ground. His entire body shot out like an arrow that had left a bow. Fiery red spirit power surged around his body, making it seem as if he was enveloped in flames. Wu Xia's sword intent did not affect him in the slightest. This was because Lu Ye's mind was strong enough. Intent was an ethereal, intangible thing that could not be seen or touched. It targeted the mind, so even if Lu Yi had never encountered such a killing move before, his mind was strong enough to resist the sword-intense influence on him. Wu Xia was stunned as he looked at Lu Yi, who had managed to counterattack. He had never seen such a 6th-order Cloud River Realm cultivator before, and coldly snorted. "No wonder you dared to kill my Heaven Gorge sect's disciples. It turns out you have something to rely on." In his opinion, Lu Yi definitely had a powerful master guiding him from behind. Perhaps he came from a top sect, otherwise, how could a brat like him display such strength? If it were before, Wu Xia might not have killed Lu Yi if he had such thoughts. If he really provoked a top sect, his future days would not be easy. But now, how could he care about such things? The entire Heaven Gorge sect was about to stand on the opposite side of Dragon's Soaring Realm. Sooner or later, they would be besieged by the 3 great tyrannical saber sects. What did it matter if he killed a little brat with unknown origins? With a single thought, Wu Xia summoned his 100 swords, and the cyan sword light suddenly split into 100 sword lights. All of them covered Lu Ye's body. This scene shocked the cultivators below into silence. Zhuang Bufan's face also changed as he muttered, "It's over." In his opinion, it was impossible for Lu Yi to survive such a sword strike. However, immediately after, a figure charged out from the boundless sword light. Lu Ye's clothes were in tatters as blood flew through the air. Wounds were visible to the naked eye, and his flesh was torn apart. A sword cultivator's murderous intent was terrifying, but the murderous intent of a 9th-order Cloud River Realm sword cultivator was even more terrifying. What was even more terrifying was the murderous intent of a 9th-order Cloud River Realm sword cultivator like Wu Xia. If he had not activated his spirit rune to protect his body, it would have been impossible for him to block that sword strike. His physique is so strong. Wu Xia was a little surprised. Others might not have seen what happened just now, but how could he not have seen it clearly? The strange spirit chi barrier that had suddenly appeared and the mysterious runes were clearly something that only a battle inscription master could display. If it was just this, it would have been fine, but the key was that this little brat's physique was too tyrannical. After his flying sword broke through his defensive means, it did not cause any fatal injuries. Lu Yi looked battered and exhausted at the moment, but in fact he had only suffered some superficial wounds. While Wu Xia was lost in thought, Lu Yi had already arrived in front of him. On his shoulder, Hoopa roared and an invisible impact spread out along with the sound waves, rushing straight into Wu Xia's mind. Wu Xia felt as if his head had been hit by a hammer and he saw stars. Although he had only escaped in an instant, he had already seen a few sword lights. Anxiously, specks of saber light covered the area like a curtain of stars. Wu Xia's eyes narrowed as a great uneasiness rose in his heart. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated this young man. To be continued. Chapter 704. The blue light returned to Wu Xia's hand, and he seemed to have turned into an unsheathed sword. Saber light and sword light intertwined as the two figures clashed. Lu Ye's figure floated back a few dozen meters as blood splattered across the sky. On his shoulder, Hoopa looked awe-inspiring as their blood chi merged. On the other side, Wu Xia also floated back a few dozen meters. His black clothes were soon soaked with blood. He looked deeply at Lu Yi, as if he wanted to imprint Lu Ye's figure into the depths of his soul. Then he looked fiercely in the direction of the Medicine Valley's thatched hut and gritted his teeth. "Cheap slut, you're good." After saying that, he turned around and left. It was one thing for such a powerful sixth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator to suddenly appear. But more importantly, he didn't know when he was poisoned. He hadn't noticed it before, but after fighting with Lu Yi, he realized that something was wrong with him. In this world, who else but the little fairy doctor would be able to poison him without anyone noticing? He thought about it, but he still couldn't figure out when he was poisoned. He was deeply shocked by the little fairy doctor's terrifying methods. Fortunately, this woman didn't kill, and the poison she gave him wasn't the kind that could take his life. Otherwise, he would be dead by now. He ran away. The group of cultivators below was dumbfounded, as if they were in a dream. When Wu Xia rushed out of the Medicine Valley, these cultivators who came to seek medical treatment thought that a great disaster was imminent. They dared to follow Lu Yi and break through the Heaven Canyon sect's defensive line because there were no decent masters in front of them, and Lu Yi was leading them. But in the face of a famous master like Wu Xia, they didn't have the courage to act rashly. They thought that Lu Yi was dead for sure, and that they would be killed. But who knew that the situation would change like this? They didn't know that Wu Xia was poisoned, and only thought that Lu Yi had injured him and driven him away. For a moment, Lu Yi was shocked. The cultivators who came to seek medical treatment were shocked, but the defeated Heaven Canyon sect's cultivators were even more shocked. Seeing that their ninth elder had fled quickly, they didn't dare to stay and fled in all directions. No one chased after them, and soon they were all gone. Only then did Lu Yi float down from the sky, a look of contemplation flashing across his eyes. Although he had been practicing the tyrant saber art all this time, strictly speaking, this was the second enemy he had used the tyrant saber art to deal with. Sure enough, the feeling of cultivating by himself was different from when he was facing an enemy. Activating the tyrant saber art in such a life and death battle allowed him to have a deeper understanding and comprehension of the saber art. It also greatly aided his cultivation of this saber art. The benefits were endless. Although he did not know that Wu Xia had left decisively because he had been poisoned, the words that Wu Xia had said before he left made him understand that the owner of the Medicine Valley must have done something to him that made him feel threatened. If they were to continue fighting, Lu Yi was not afraid. He might not be Wu Xia's match in a short period of time, but as long as he could hold on for a while, he was confident that he could defeat Wu Xia. No matter what, whether it was the power of the blood-stained spiritual tattoos or the beast transformation secret skill, they all needed to accumulate power before they could unleash their power slowly. Once the battle reached the point where he had to use his beast transformation secret technique, Wu Xia would die without a doubt. The heritage of this world's Ninth Order Cloud River Realm Masters was truly unimaginable. Lu Yi was only the ninth elder, so how strong were the people ranked above him? "Brother Yi, are you all right?" Zhuang Bufan asked with concern, mainly because Lu Ye's appearance was somewhat miserable, his clothes in tatters and his body covered in wounds. Lu Yi shook his head. "Just some minor injuries." Zhuang Bufan was full of admiration. "Brother Yi is really fierce." Before, he had always thought that Lu Yi was a disciple from some top sect, but after seeing that shocking saber strike, he suddenly realized who he was. Wasn't this sixth Yi, the sixth young lord of tyrannical Saber Mountain Villa? That fierce saber strike was undoubtedly the tyrant saber art. He had also heard about tyrannical Saber Mountain Villa, but he didn't know much about it. A 13 or 14-year-old medicine boy with rosy lips and white teeth floated out from the depths of the Medicine Valley, bowed and said, "Senior brothers, my master invites you." Lu Yi returned the courtesy. "I was forced to break the Medicine Valley's rules. I hope master will forgive me." The medicine boy smiled and shook his head, looking as if he didn't care. The Heavenly Gorge sect had come aggressively and acted in such a domineering manner. These apprentice alchemists had long found them an eyesore. Unfortunately, they were too weak to change anything. Now that Lu Yi had helped them chase Wu Xia away and killed a group of Heavenly Gorge sect cultivators, the apprentice alchemists couldn't thank him enough. How could they care about the rules? Fellow cultivator, please go first. Among the cultivators who came to seek medical treatment, someone gestured with his hand. The others also chimed in one after another. Strong cultivators were respected no matter where they were, and the dragon soaring realm was no exception. After witnessing the battle between Lu Yi and Wu Xia, who had looked down on him because of his age and cultivation level. Moreover, without Lu Yi, these people would probably still be blocked at the entrance of the Medicine Valley, unable to enter. It was only natural for Lu Yi to go first. Lu Yi didn't refuse. He supported Zhuang Bufan, who was panting, and led Yi, who was carrying Yi Liuli, into the Medicine Valley. The others followed, closely behind. Soon, the entrance of the Medicine Valley was empty, leaving only bloodstains and corpses on the ground, indicating the battle that had just taken place. Under the guidance of the medicine boy, the group quickly arrived in front of the straw hut in the center of the Medicine Valley. The medicine boy bowed. "Master, I've brought the person." Lu Yi cupped his fists and said in a clear voice, Feng Province's Yi Lu, together with his sister Yi Liuli and friend Zhuang Bufan, requests the little fairy doctor to save him. It's a doctor's duty to treat illnesses and get rid of disasters. Little friend, you're too polite. Come in. A gentle voice came from inside the straw hut. The voice seemed to have a magical power that made people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Just listening to the voice made people feel light. Lu Yi and Yi were surprised at the same time. They looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Frowning slightly, Lu Yi said, "Sorry to disturb you." As he spoke, he walked in. The straw hut was not big, and it was filled with a variety of complex herbal smells. A plump figure immediately entered Lu Ye's eyes. The figure's back was facing Lu Yi, so he couldn't see her face. She was wearing a long green dress, and her black hair hung down to her waist. The woman seemed to be pounding the herbs, one stroke after another, meticulously. This woman was undoubtedly the owner of the Medicine Valley, the little fairy doctor. Lu Yi stared at her back, and Yi was also dumbfounded. After a long while, Yi turned to look at Lu Yi. Her mouth moved, but no sound came out. But Lu Yi knew what she wanted to say, and slowly shook his head. Immediately after, under the extremely shocked gaze of Zhuang Bufan, Lu Yi strode forward and stood in front of the fairy doctor, his gaze fixed on her face without blinking. Seeing her face, Lu Ye's pupils shrank, and his thumb subconsciously rubbed the pan-shan blade at his waist. "Brother, what are you doing?" Zhuang Bufan shouted in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that it was inconvenient for him to move, he would have rushed forward and pulled Lu Yi back. "We're here to seek medical treatment. How can we stare at someone's face in front of them? What a scandal!" In the entire soaring dragon realm, the little fairy doctor's connections and prestige were top-notch. No one dared to look down on her because she was a woman. Even if she was really as beautiful as a flower, we shouldn't be so rude. Moreover, he felt that Lu Yi was not the kind of person who liked women. He was anxious and couldn't help but cough violently. Being stared at such a close distance, the little fairy doctor couldn't help but frown. No one had ever dared to stare at her like this. She stopped pounding the herbs and looked at Lu Yi. She asked curiously, "Little friend, is there something on my face?" "Little friend." It was really strange to hear this form of address from the owner of this face. Lu Yi narrowed his eyes and said, "No, I just feel that you look a little familiar." It was more than familiar, it was simply too familiar. When they heard the little fairy doctor's voice, Lu Yi and Yi felt that it was a little inconceivable, because that voice was exactly the same as Hua Xi's voice. However, if they really wanted to compare, the little fairy doctor's voice had more of the vicissitudes of life. After entering the thatched hut and seeing the little fairy doctor's back, Lu Yi and Yi felt even more inconceivable, because from the back, the two of them almost thought that the person standing here was Hua Xiai. So even if Lu Yi felt that it was impossible, he couldn't help but want to verify it with his own eyes. He couldn't wait to walk in front of the little fairy doctor and stare at her. With this look, Lu Yi almost couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing here?" There was no other reason. The little fairy doctor's face was exactly the same as Hua Xi's. If he met such a woman in any other place in the Cloudy River battlefield, Lu Yi would definitely think that Hua Xiai had advanced to the Cloudy River realm and come to the Cloudy River battlefield. But this was the Soaring Dragon Realm's secret realm. He came in through the transportation array outside the 100 Formation Pagoda. In the entire Cloudy River battlefield, other than him, no one else had the ability to repair that transportation array, so it was impossible for Hua Xiai to come in. There was no reaction from the battlefield imprint. One had to know that whether it was him, Hua Xiai, or Yi, they were all disciples of the Jade Blood Sect. They all had the battlefield imprint that belonged to the Jade Blood Sect. If they were from the same sect, when they were close enough, they would be able to sense each other. Back then, his eldest apprentice, Sister Wei Yang, had brazenly charged into the Spirit Stream battlefield with a cultivation base at the True Lake realm. Even though Lu Yi had never seen her before, nor had he ever heard of her before, his battlefield imprint had told him that she was one of his own. The woman in front of him, whose figure, voice, and appearance were exactly the same as Hua Xiai, didn't have a battlefield imprint. This meant that she wasn't Hua Xiai. Of course, the most important point was that this woman was more mature than Hua Xiai. In terms of age, Hua Xiai was actually not that old. Lu Yi estimated that she was at most 1 or 2 years older than him. It was just that Hua Xi's aura leaned towards the mature and plump type. And the little fairy doctor in front of him was the kind of woman who was thoroughly mature. She looked like a more mature Hua Xiai, and there was not a single part of her body that did not exude an astonishing charm. To be continued. Chapter 705. That woman Hua Xiai is probably like this. Lu Yi thought to himself, I don't think I've seen Little Friend before, but Little Friend's tyrant saber technique seems to have been passed down to you by your father. The Yi family has a worthy successor. The little fairy doctor said, although her expression was still calm. Her voice gave off an extremely warm and gentle feeling. Although she was a doctor, she was also a 9th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator, which was why Wu Xia had not used violence against her. If they really fought, Wu Xia was confident that he could take her down, but it would take some effort. She had clearly seen the battle between Lu Yi and Wu Xia at the entrance of the valley, so it was not surprising that she recognized the tyrant saber technique. After all, Ying had often come to the Medicine Valley to ask for medicine over the years. Fellow Taoist is too kind. Lu Yi put away the distracting thoughts in his heart. The little fairy doctor frowned. Your father called me senior sister, so you should call me senior. I'm much older than you think. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if the little fairy doctor was ugly, Lu Yi would have no qualms about calling her senior, but she had Hua Xi's face, so it was impossible for him to call her senior. My sister's old illness has acted up again, and it seems to be much more serious than before. Please help her, fellow Taoist. Lu Yi pretended not to hear what she just said and continued. And Brother Zhuang, he's hopeless. The little fairy doctor did not even look at Zhuang Bufan. Zhuang Bufan's blood instantly turned cold. His injuries were indeed extremely serious, and even after consuming the healing pill, there was no effect at all. In this world, the only person who could save him was the little fairy doctor. If even the little fairy doctor said that he could not be saved, then he really could not be saved. With a sad face, he said, Senior, although I don't know what you've done, your vitality has been greatly damaged, and your soul has been injured. My methods can no longer heal you. You have about 3 months left to live. In these 3 months, your cultivation will gradually decline, and in the end, your spiritual energy will be exhausted and you will die. Zhuang Bufan's heart turned even colder. The little fairy doctor did not even look at him, but she had already seen through his body's condition. This undoubtedly proved that the little fairy doctor's medical skills were not in vain, but the more it was so, the more it proved that her judgment was not wrong. 3 months of lifespan. Zhuang Bufan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire being became muddle-headed. Just a month ago, he was still living freely and unfettered in the world, yet now he actually only had 3 months of lifespan left. Life was truly unpredictable. His heart was full of annoyance. Why did he have to get his hands on that thing? Why did he have to be so curious and test it out? His body was damaged to such an extent. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. It was useless to be upset about this now. Fellow Taoist, is there really nothing you can do? Lu Yi frowned. Zhuang Bufan was a very good person. His injuries were already so severe, but when he encountered a mortal in trouble, he still resolutely stepped forward to help. For such a person to only have 3 months of lifespan left due to some unknown reasons, it was quite a pity. The fairy doctor shook her head. Lu Yi was silent. However, he quickly thought of something and hurriedly took out a jade bottle from his storage bag and handed it to the little fairy doctor. Fellow Taoist, please take a look. Is this useful to Brother Zhuang? The fairy doctor took it and opened the jade bottle to take a look. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Lu Yi in astonishment. Are you willing? The jade bottle contained nothing else but soul-cleansing water. The fairy doctor just said that Zhuang Bufan's vitality was greatly damaged and his divine soul was injured, so the soul-cleansing water should be useful. Although he had met Zhuang Bufan by chance, his character was worthy of respect. It would be a pity for such a person to die like this. Therefore, even though Lu Yi knew that the person he met in this secret realm might not be a real person, he still couldn't help but want to help. Since you've taken it out, there's nothing to be reluctant about. The little fairy doctor said, with this item, I can lessen his pain. However, it is impossible to save him. A cultivator's body was like a balloon. No matter what kind of injuries they suffered, as long as they were treated in time, it wouldn't be a big problem. However, Zhuang Bufan's body was like a balloon at this moment. In the eyes of the fairy doctor, it was full of holes. It was not something that could be solved with just the soul-cleansing water. Zhuang Bufan must have used a method that was far beyond his ability to bear, resulting in such a terrible result. Brother Yi, there's no need to waste such a precious thing on me. This Zhuang has lived a free and unfettered life. Being able to meet a character like Brother Yi before I die, my life has not been in vain. He was still a Cloud River Ninth Order cultivator, so although he had suffered a sudden blow, he quickly adjusted his mentality. Of course, he didn't know what treasure Lu Yi had taken out, but if it could move the fairy doctor so much, how could it be an ordinary treasure? The fairy doctor turned her head and glanced at him before gently saying, You'd better accept his good intentions, otherwise, within 3 days, the pain you've been suppressing will definitely drive you crazy. When that time comes, you'll wish you were dead. Zhuang Bufan shuddered when he heard this. For many cultivators, life and death were normal. Sometimes death was not scary, but if one wished to die, it was hard to accept. If that's the case, many thanks, Brother Yi. Many thanks, Senior. Zhuang Bufan bowed solemnly. The fairy doctor nodded and put away the jade bottle in her hand. She then glanced at Yi Liuli and said, This is an old illness of hers. I can't cure it completely and can only alleviate it. However, the prescription is ready-made. You can come and find me tomorrow to collect the medicine. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. There's no need to thank me. It's a doctor's duty to save people, and you have to pay for the medicine. Zhuang Bufan hurriedly said, How much is the medicine? This Zhuang has some wealth. You can't afford it, the fairy doctor interrupted him. The little fairy doctor interrupted him and looked at Lu Yi. Today, you repelled Wu Xia and killed a cultivator from the Heavenly Gorge sect. The Heavenly Gorge sect will definitely not let this matter rest. My Medicine Valley never fights. I don't wish for anyone to fight in the Medicine Valley and disturb the peace here. I understand. Fellow Taoist, you can rest assured that the people of Heaven Canyon sect will not disturb you. That would be for the best. The fairy doctor lowered her head and busied herself again. There are thatched huts outside. Find one for yourselves. Lu Yi then led Yi and Zhuang Bufan away and found 2 thatched huts to settle Yi Lu Li and Zhuang Bufan down. Lu Yi, that wasn't Sister Hua Xiai, right? In the thatched hut, Yi asked. Of course not. Lu Yi shook his head. Yi still found it hard to believe. But how can there be such a similar person in this world? It was more than similar. It was practically the same. It was just that the fairy doctor was more familiar with Hua Xiai. If it was just a simple similarity in appearance, it would be fine. The key was that even their voices were almost the same, which was a little unbelievable. Lu Ye's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking, but he said softly, maybe it's not just a simple similarity. Then what is it? Yi asked, puzzled. Lu Yi shook his head. Although he had some guesses, he couldn't be sure of the truth. If things were really as he thought, then it would be interesting. In the entire cultivation world, there were only a few people he was close to. Hua Xiai, 2nd senior sister, 4th senior brother, sect leader, Madam Yun among them. He had known Hua Xiai for a long time. Although they didn't spend much time together because of their different cultivation methods, they had experienced life and death together. Even if they hadn't seen each other for a long time, he wouldn't feel distant. There was no doubt that Hua Xiai could make him let down his guard and make him feel close to her. Even if it was just the same appearance and voice as Hua Xiai, there were many things he couldn't understand for the time being. But Lu Yi didn't believe that there would be such similar people in 2 different worlds. This was completely unreasonable. Take care of Lu Li. I'll go pay for the medicine. Lu Yi ordered and walked out of the thatched hut. There was a long line outside the thatched hut where the little fairy doctor was. There were constantly cultivators coming in and out of the hut. Those who were waiting were full of anticipation, and those who came out were grateful. It was obvious that the little fairy doctor was capable of this. Generally speaking, cultivators who came to the Medicine Valley to seek treatment would pay all kinds of strange medicine. Basically, they would pay whatever they had, but most of them were spirit stones or spirit pills. The little fairy doctor didn't ask Lu Yi for medicine or spirit stones or spirit pills. She had already made it very clear that the Heaven Gully sect would probably not let today's matter go. It was very likely that they would come back again. Therefore, Lu Yi had to pay to resist the Heaven Gully sect's trouble. That woman has so much confidence in me. Lu Yi felt strange. Why did she think that he, a 6th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator, could resist a behemoth like the Heaven Gully sect? Did she think that he could repel Wu Xia's saber? It was obviously not convincing. Unless this woman knew some details about him. For example, he was proficient in Array Dao. Moreover, his attainments in Array Dao far surpassed the entire Soaring Dragon realm. Things were getting more and more confusing. However, Lu Yi didn't intend to refuse. After all, it wasn't difficult for him to resist a possible external enemy. He had personally set up many of the great arrays in Heaven Returning Valley. Now, it wouldn't take much effort to set up another Medicine Valley, especially now that his attainments in Array Dao were much higher than before. Lu Yi walked around the Medicine Valley and checked the nearby terrain. Through his perception, he could indeed sense that there was pure and rich world energy below the Medicine Valley. That should be the location of the Earth Vein. Lu Yi couldn't help but have some thoughts. In the past, when he set up arrays, he only relied on the power of the array itself. However, a truly brilliant array cultivator could use things like the Earth Vein and Spirit Vein to take root in the array. In this way, the array could integrate with the Earth Vein and Spirit Vein, greatly increasing its power. As long as the earth vein and spirit vein were not broken, the array would not be broken. In the past, he didn't do this mainly because he wasn't skilled enough. But now he had the capital to try. If he could set up a great array with the earth vein in the Medicine Valley as the foundation, then the power of the array here would be much stronger than that in Heaven Returning Valley. Moreover, this would also help him improve his attainments in Array Tao. In the process of practicing, he could verify what he had learned and digest the huge gift of the 100 Formation Tower. To be continued. Chapter 706. After leaving the Imperial Heavenly Sect, Huang Liang headed north. The further he went, the more uneasy he felt. It was as if a great disaster was about to befall him. Looking north again, there seemed to be a bloody light soaring into the sky, and vengeful spirits were wailing. He had divined several times over the past few days, and all he got was a great disaster. What happened in the north? Before his master passed away, he obviously sensed something, but at that time he was already on his deathbed and didn't have time to tell him in detail before he passed away. If not, Huang Liang wouldn't have insisted on making a trip to the north, because in that direction, only an existence like the Heavenly Gully could make his master pay attention to it. Unlike ordinary dragon soaring realm cultivators, Huang Liang, who came from an overlord sect, more or less knew some secrets. The Heavenly Gully appeared 800 years ago and seemed to have no effect on the dragon soaring realm. But in fact, the effect was subtle. Under that subtle influence, the upper limit of the dragon soaring realm cultivators kept decreasing, from the divine ocean realm to the true lake realm, from the true lake realm to the cloud river realm. Perhaps there would be a day when the dragon soaring realm would no longer have cultivators. When the Heavenly Gully appeared, there was a divine ocean realm cultivator from the Imperial Heavenly Sect who divined and got the divination that a great disaster was about to befall the world. Unfortunately, that elder only had time to tell the divination and didn't have time to say anything else before he passed away. However, in the past 800 years, this divination had been passed down by the Imperial Heavenly Sect. In every generation, only the sect master and a few top elders knew about it. Counting the time, although it hadn't been 1,000 years since the Heavenly Gully appeared, it was not far off. Could it be that it was time to verify that divination? If so, it would be a true disaster for the dragon soaring realm. However, until today, no one in the dragon soaring realm's cultivation world could figure out what the Heavenly Gully was. If a disaster was about to befall, how would the dragon soaring realm resist it? Then, what was the disaster that the divination showed? Therefore, he had to see it with his own eyes. Only then would he know. Huang Liang suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. He saw a green-robed man sitting in a pavilion. He held a book in his hand and was carefully studying it with great interest. With this glance, only the green-robed man's figure was left in the world, and Huang Liang seemed to hear the sound of someone reciting something. That figure was magnified infinitely in his field of vision. Righteous energy filled the air, as if he was a celestial being. That is, Huang Liang immediately changed his direction and flew toward the pavilion. When he was near, he landed and bowed respectfully. Huang Liang of the Imperial Heaven Sect greets Senior Lu. If other soaring dragon realm cultivators saw this scene, they would probably be shocked. Huang Liang of the Imperial Heavenly Sect was the sect master of the Imperial Heavenly Sect. Regardless of status, cultivation, or age, he could be considered to be at the peak of this world. In this world, the number of people who could make him respectfully address them as senior could be counted on one hand. The green-robed man with the book in his hand was undoubtedly one of them. Haran Academy, Lu Tianyi. His status in Haran Academy was equivalent to Huang Liang's master, Li Sa. When Huang Liang was still very young, he had accompanied Li Sa to meet Lu Tianyi. Even after so many years, he still didn't dare to forget it, so he recognized the other party's identity at a glance. When he bowed, Huang Liang thought in his heart, it said that this senior doesn't have much lifespan left. He has been cultivating in Haran Academy for so many years, but he came out at this time. Could it be your master and I have known each other for many years. When we were young, we even fought a few times. Later on, we led the Imperial Heavenly Sect and Haran Academy for many years, but neither of us was convinced by the other. However, I won in the end. He didn't live as long as me, ha ha ha. Lu Tianyi put down the book in his hand and laughed loudly, looking rather carefree. Huang Liang looked unhappy and said in a deep voice, "Senior, you led me here to tell me this?" He had been heading north all the way, so it didn't make sense for him to meet Lu Tianyi here, nor did it make sense for him to discover Lu Tianyi immediately. The other party was obviously doing it on purpose. His master was already dead, so he naturally didn't want to hear anyone's words, even if the person who said it was Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi glanced at him and said, "There's no need to take it to heart. Actually, for people like me and your master, death isn't necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes living is the most painful thing." What did cultivators pursue in their lives? It was nothing more than a higher cultivation level, a stronger cultivation level, climbing one peak after another and seeing one scenery after another. Whether it was Li Sa or Lu Tianyi, they were both geniuses that appeared once in 100 years in the dragon soaring realm. For people like them, their achievements shouldn't be limited to the Cloud River tier. But because of the limitations of heaven and earth, they couldn't find the path ahead. If they didn't know there was a path ahead, then so be it. However, there was indeed a path ahead. Not only was there a path, but it was also a very wide and long path. For ordinary Cloud River tier cultivators, perhaps they wouldn't feel much, but for Lisa and Lu Tianyi, although they had lived these years, their lives had been very painful. Huang Liang lowered his brows, thinking. His master had been in seclusion all these years, and even as his personal disciple, it wasn't easy to see him. Even if they met, he didn't feel any joy from his master. Instead, he felt a strong sense of lethargy and silence. How could he not know that Lu Tianyi wasn't comforting him? The hostility in his heart dissipated, and Huang Liang lowered his brows and eyes. "Senior is right." He then asked, "Could it be that Senior has also come out of seclusion this time to head north?" Lu Tianyi nodded. "I have a feeling, and I have to go take a look to be at ease." What did Senior notice? This was also what Huang Liang couldn't understand the most. He knew that people like his master and Lu Tianyi actually carried a part of the fortune of the dragon soaring realm. Thus, even if their cultivation level was limited to the Cloud River tier like other cultivators, their true strength was stronger than the common knowledge of all Cloud River tier cultivators. They could also sense some things that ordinary people couldn't. Before his master passed away, he had obviously sensed something. What had Lu Tianyi sensed? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Lu Tianyi shook his head. It was hard to say because there were some things that couldn't be said. It was possible that Lu Tianyi himself hadn't sensed anything useful and had only vaguely sensed that there were some changes in the north. Huang Liang scratched his ears and cheeks for a moment. He thought, "Why is a scholar like you beating around the bush with me?" However, he couldn't ask any more questions. "Then, Senior, are you waiting for me here?" "Waiting for you is only convenient. I'm mainly waiting for an old fart," Lu Tianyi replied. Old fart. The corner of Huang Liang's eye twitched. There was probably only one other person in this world besides his master that could be called an old fart by Lu Tianyi. Could it be that person has also come out of seclusion? Just as he was thinking this, a voice that sounded like the morning bell rang out beside his ear. "It's been many years since we last met, but you're still the same." The voice was loud but not deafening, and Huang Liang couldn't help but feel refreshed. When he looked up, he saw a thin figure strolling toward him. At first he was still far away, but in the blink of an eye he was already halfway there. In the blink of an eye he was right in front of him. Ground shrink. Huang Liang was shocked. It was rumored that this was a secret technique that could only be cultivated by cultivators who had reached the true lake stage. He never thought that he would see it with his own eyes one day. The person who came was obviously not in the true lake stage, but he still managed to cultivate this secret technique. These seniors, who were terrifyingly old and carried great fortune, were all incredible. "Greetings, master." Huang Liang hurriedly bowed. The skinny bald monk in front of him was much older than his master, Lisa. He was the oldest person in the entire Soaring Dragon realm. How could he dare to be disrespectful in front of such a person? He sighed. Usually, people would call him senior and bow to him. Today, he was the youngest and had the lowest seniority among the 3 people present. "I don't believe in Buddhism, and I'm not a monk." "Old monk, don't make a fuss," Lu Tianyi said with a look of disdain. Fa Hua smiled wholeheartedly. "Buddhism is in the heart. What does it matter if I believe in it or not?" He turned to look at Huang Liang. "You're the little boy beside Benefactor Li, right?" Huang Liang hurriedly said, "Yes." Fa Hua nodded. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 years have passed. Benefactor Li has also ascended to paradise. Congratulations. What was there to celebrate? Huang Liang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He only felt that he was somewhat at odds with these 2 seniors. Lu Tianyi snorted coldly. "Old monk, before I left, I performed a divination for you. Looking at you now, your glabella is dark and you're surrounded by death energy. I'm afraid you won't live for long. Have you made arrangements for your disciples and grand-disciples before you leave?" Fa Hua laughed even more happily. His 2 long eyebrows were trembling. "If that's the case, it's my fortune. As for what happens after I die, I came here naked, and I'll leave naked too. I have no regrets in life, so why should I care about what happens after I die? As for you, benefactor, since you know that this trip is dangerous, why did you come?" Lu Tianyi laughed. "If an old fart like you can come, why can't I?" Fa Hua sighed. "This realm still needs someone to take care of it." "That might not be me." Lu Tianyi waved his hand. "My children and grandchildren have their own lives. Why should I worry so much?" Fa Hua did not say anything. While the 2 of them were talking, Huang Liang stood at the side with his eyebrows drooping. He was like a quail without a nest in winter. He could not interrupt, nor did he dare to interrupt. "Why did I think of going north? What kind of sin did I commit?" "Let's go." "What are you waiting for?" Lu Tianyi asked. "Let's go." Fa Hua nodded. Then the 2 of them looked at Huang Liang, who was standing at the side with his head lowered. Huang Liang shuddered and immediately understood the 2 seniors' intentions. He hurriedly took out his air transportation spirit tool and threw it in front of him. "Seniors, please." Who asked him to have the lowest seniority? If he did not do something like flying on a spirit tool, how could he expect the 2 of them to do it? He had never thought that he, the sect leader of the Imperial Heavenly Sect, would be ordered around like this one day. However, he did not dare to complain. A streak of light shot towards the north. To be continued. Chapter 707. The heavenly gully stretched across the sky like a scar, a ghastly sight. It had been like this since the heavenly gully appeared 800 years ago. It hadn't changed much over the years, but that was just what the world thought. Only the cultivators who were closest to the heavenly gully and accompanied it all year round could sense the subtle changes. Looking around, the heavenly gully seemed to be a void shrouded in endless darkness. But occasionally something would roll through the heavenly gully and disappear in a flash. The world didn't know what was hidden in the heavenly gully. Even the heavenly gully sect, which was stationed here, didn't know. Some heavenly gully sect cultivators once flew into the heavenly gully, but they disappeared without a trace. At this moment, somewhere below the heavenly gully, an imposing figure stood with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the heavenly gully, a strange light flashing in his eyes from time to time. This person was the sect master of Heavenly Gully Sect, Tian Sheng. No one knew his real name or where he came from. It was as if he had suddenly emerged from a corner. Before he established Heavenly Gully Sect, no one had ever seen him. Nearly 200 years ago, he established the foundation of Heavenly Gully sect here and called himself Tiansheng. After that, he wantonly gathered masters from all over the soaring dragon realm and strengthened Heavenly Gully sect, step by step. It became a force that wasn't inferior to the 3 overlord sects in the eyes of the world today. It had dozens of Ninth Order elders under its command. But no matter what his origin was, he dared to call himself Tiansheng, which showed his ambition and boldness. 2 people stood behind him. One of them was old with white hair and a beard. He was Heavenly Gully sect's great elder, Xing Mo. The other was a mighty man with a long sword. He was the second elder, Cheng Henfeng. The 2 of them accompanied Tiansheng here, looking at the crack in the sky with complicated gazes. They were different from the unknown people before the appearance of the heavenly sage. Both of them were famous people back then, especially Cheng Henfeng. He came from a powerful force like the Haran Academy. His calligraphy and sword skills were all passed down by generations of sages. He had already surpassed his master. However, nearly 100 years ago, he betrayed Haran Academy for some unknown reason and joined the Heavenly Canyon sect. He became the second elder of the Heavenly Canyon sect. As a swordsman, the 9th elder Wu Xia had challenged Cheng Henfeng to spar with him more than once. However, he had never won against him. It was obvious how powerful Cheng Henfeng was. Cheng Henfeng no longer cared about the grudges of the past. After all, so much time had passed. If he kept thinking about it, how could he cultivate? Right now, he only cared about one thing, and that was his future path. This was also what all the cultivators in the soaring dragon realm who had reached the peak of their cultivation were most concerned about. It was also the reason why he was willing to serve under the heavenly saint and assist him. Is the exit really in the ravine? Looking at the scar in the sky, Cheng Henfeng narrowed his eyes, and a trace of confusion flashed across his eyes. Even at this point, he still couldn't get an accurate answer. Strange laughter came from the side. The sound was like metal rubbing against stone. It was extremely ear-piercing. Great Elder Xing Mo's wrinkled face trembled. The changes in the soaring dragon realm started when the ravine appeared. 800 years have passed, and the deity ocean and true lake have long disappeared. There are only clouds and rivers. If the exit is not in the ravine, where else can it be? Moreover, the sect leader has personally felt it. Even if you don't believe in yourself, don't you believe in the sect leader? Cheng Henfeng shook his head. Of course not. It's just that. He lowered his gaze and looked in front of him. Shrill screams and endless curses rang in his ears. Right below the ravine, deep ditches crisscrossed, covering a radius of dozens of miles. If one were to look down from high up in the sky, these crisscrossing ravines shockingly formed an extremely complicated and exquisite grand formation. And at the center of the grand formation, there was even a 300 m tall altar standing there. Many ships were hovering in the air. Countless cultivators of the Heavenly Gorge sect were busy chasing the mortals they had captured off the ships and killing them one by one. Their blood flowed into the gorge, and their corpses were tossed into the gorge. In the ravine, a river of blood flowed. Countless corpses floated in it. Bubbles burst one after another, as if there were vengeful spirits roaring in it. The screams were the last sounds of these mortals before they died. The mortals that Lu Yi and Zhuang Bufan had encountered were just a batch of them. In fact, the Heaven Ravine sect had already extended their vicious hands to the entire Snow province. Not only the mortals, but even the cultivators had been captured and suffered the same fate as the mortals. Seeing this hellish scene, even the toughest cultivators couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Begging for mercy, shouting, and cursing sounded from all directions, but they couldn't stop their fate of death. The Heavenly Ravine sect had been planning for this day for many years. They did not make a move, but when they did, they acted like a thunderbolt. The Snow province was now empty. If Zhuang Bufan hadn't spread some news, no one in the Soaring Dragon realm would have known that such a change had occurred in Snow province. Even though Zhuang Bufan was a ninth-order cultivator, he was alone. Even if the news was passed to the three overlord sects, it was impossible to predict what they would do. It was very likely that they would send people to investigate first, and when the evidence was conclusive, they would join forces to suppress them. But if that was really the case, who knew how long it would take? Although Cheng Henfeng had joined the Heaven Ravine sect, he was still from Haran Academy. He didn't care about killing people. He had killed a lot of people in his life. Slaughtering mortals and cultivators of Snow Province so wantonly made him somewhat uncomfortable. For the ultimate goal, all sacrifices are worth it, the heavenly saint said with his hands behind his back. No one noticed that the strange light in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. Religion, master, is wise. Xing Mo's crow-like voice cried out, opening the way for future generations and inheriting the supreme techniques of our predecessors. Religion master's contributions are as high as the sky, and his name will go down in history. Go down in history. The heavenly saint's mouth curled up slightly, his face full of sarcasm. Heaven Ravine sect, you will die a horrible death. The three overlord sects will enforce justice on behalf of heaven. The roar of a cultivator before his death could be heard from afar. Then he was killed without causing any commotion. At this moment, Xing Mo suddenly took out a sound transmission stone from his pocket and listened carefully. A look of surprise appeared on his old face. What's the matter? The heavenly saint asked without looking back. Wu Xia has failed. Cheng Henfeng was stunned. What happened? Although Wu Xia wasn't his opponent, he was still a top sword cultivator in Soaring Dragon. Looking at the entire Soaring Dragon realm, there weren't many people who could defeat him. How could he fail when he was just going to the Medicine Valley? He said that a young junior blocked his way. He seems to be the successor of the Domineering Blade. Domineering Blade. Cheng Henfeng's eyes showed that he was deep in thought. He quickly thought of the Domineering Blade Mountain Villa in Feng Province. He had heard of Yi Ying's name before, but he was just a rising star, so he had never taken him seriously. However, if this successor of the Domineering Blade could defeat Wu Xia, he was quite capable. Religion master, should I go personally? Xing Mo asked. The heavenly saint was about to speak when he suddenly sensed something. He turned his head and looked in a direction, squinting slightly. It's too late. His reaction is quite fast. Xing Mo and Cheng Henfeng were both confused. They followed the heavenly saint's gaze and saw nothing. However, very quickly, a ray of flowing light entered their field of vision. There are so many people who aren't afraid of death these days. Religion master, let me take him down. Xing Mo volunteered. The person who had come was obviously not an ordinary person. Xing Mo hadn't fought for many years and couldn't help but want to fight. You're no match for him, the heavenly saint said calmly. The smile on Xing Mo's face froze. There were indeed many strong people in the world, but only a few could defeat him. The heavenly saint in front of him was one of them. The rest were all old immortals who had lived for many years. Could it be? Xing Mo vaguely sensed something. The long sword on Cheng Henfeng's back also started to hum softly. Amitabha, a loud Buddhist chant was heard, accompanied by endless anger. It was like a thunderclap on a clear day. Many disciples of the Heaven Canyon sect felt their heads buzzing and they saw stars. They couldn't stand steadily and staggered. It's that old immortal. The corners of Xing Mo's eyes twitched. He immediately recalled some unpleasant memories. When he was young, he had suffered greatly at the hands of this old monk. The flowing light that was speeding toward them stopped, and 3 figures appeared. Cheng Henfeng stared at Lu Tianyi, and the long sword on his back started to hum even louder. He gritted his teeth. Master, Lu Tianyi glanced at him. All the books you've studied for so many years have gone to waste. How could it be? How could it be? Huang Liang looked incredulous. He looked at the great formation of the gully, which covered an area of dozens of miles. He looked at the blood and floating corpses in the gully. Even though he had seen many storms, he couldn't help but be shocked. Then came endless anger. No wonder the snow province was empty all the way here. No wonder there were so few people. It turned out that the Heaven Canyon sect had done such a disgraceful thing. The blood in the great formation of the gully was like a river. It was formed by the gathering of thousands of lives. He finally understood why the blood in the north had soared into the sky and the wailing of vengeful spirits in his divination. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to imagine such a hell on earth. It was exactly what he had seen in his divination. The Heaven Canyon sect was an evil sect, and there were all kinds of people in it. However, he had never thought that the Heaven Canyon sect would dare to do such a thing. The living beings of an entire continent. You deserve to die. Huang Liang had long passed the age of being hot-blooded and competitive. However, at this moment, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Fortunately, he wasn't blinded by anger. Instead, he spread the news of this place immediately. The news that Zhuang Bufan had sent earlier was still circulating, so it didn't cause too much of a stir. Although the three overlord sects had received the news and were sending people to the Snow Province to investigate, how could the effect be compared to the news that Huang Liang had sent personally? It was foreseeable that it wouldn't be long before the three overlord sects came out in full force and rushed to the Snow Province. Not only that, but all the cultivators in the Soaring Dragon realm would also be mobilized. At that time, the Heaven Canyon sect would definitely become the enemy of the whole world. To be continued. Chapter 708. Over the years, there were many cultivators who had a grudge against the Heaven Gully sect. However, they were alone and could not fight against such a powerful force. If the three overlord sects wanted to make a move, they would not mind adding insult to injury. When that happened, the Heaven Gully sect would be hated by everyone. Heavenly Sage, what are you doing? Fa Hua's hair and beard stood on end. His eyebrows trembled, revealing his inner turmoil. What kind of array is this? Even with his knowledge and experience, he could not tell the origin of this array. He could only guess that it was some kind of blood sacrifice array. However, it was undeniable that such an evil and large-scale array would be extremely powerful once it was activated. What puzzled him even more was why the Heavenly Sage was doing this. Although he had not interacted much with the Heavenly Sage, they were both one of the most powerful cultivators in this world. They had admired each other for a long time. How could a normal person do such a perverse thing? The Heavenly Sage still had his hands behind his back. Even in front of the two oldest and most powerful cultivators in the world, he was expressionless. He did not answer Fa Hua's question. Instead, he asked, Master, you have been trapped in the Cloud River for so many years. Have you seen the path ahead? Fa Hua frowned. You have seen the path ahead? The Heavenly Sage smiled proudly. That's right. As soon as he said that, Fa Hua and the other two were shocked. Lu Tianyi took a step forward. Where is the path ahead? It is far away, but it is right in front of you. Are you trying to say that it is in this Heaven Gully? Lu Tianyi narrowed his eyes. He naturally knew about the Heaven Gully sect's mission. However, he did not believe that the Heaven Gully sect had comprehended something from this Heaven Gully. If that was the case, the Heavenly Sage would have already reached the true lake stage. The Heavenly Sage retracted his gaze and stared at the gully in the sky. He said slowly, After comprehending here for so many years, I have indeed gained some insights. Since this heaven is blocking the path ahead for us cultivators, then we will break through this heaven and earth. Without this shackle, the path ahead will naturally be clear. Nonsense. Lu Tianyi scolded. The Heavenly Saint smiled and pointed to the front. Then tell me, what is this array? Lu Tianyi didn't know how to describe it. He and Fa Hua were both incredibly knowledgeable people. There were even rumors about the divine sea realm and the true lake realm in the sect. Although they couldn't use those techniques and were limited by their own strength, in terms of knowledge and experience, they weren't inferior to the divine sea realm cultivators from 1,000 years ago. However, even with their discerning eyes, they were unable to discern what this formation was. I won't hide it from you all. This great formation was comprehended by this seat from the sky ravine. Otherwise, with this seat's ability, it would be difficult to set up such a great formation. The day the formation is completed will be the day when the path ahead is bright. Since all of you are here, it is also due to fate. Why don't you comprehend the great Tao with me? Fahua lowered his long eyebrows and chanted the name of Buddha. Prying into the future is indeed the lifelong wish of us cultivators. However, if you want to achieve your wish in this way, it's fine if you don't want it. Heavenly Saint, you've become a devil. The heavenly sage let out a long sigh. It really doesn't make sense. People who walk different paths can't make plans together. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Let's kill first. Lu Tianyi shouted angrily. He had already taken out an ancient book. The spiritual energy around him surged. As the pages of the book flipped, rays of golden light shot towards the heavenly sage. Each ray of light contained a terrifying killing intent. The sound of a sword rang out. Cheng Henfeng had already taken out the long sword on his back. He rushed into the sky and faced the rays of golden light. He shouted, "Master, I've been rude. Evil creature, I should have cleaned you up long ago. Ahmedba." F.A. Hua's voice rang out. An alms bowl flew out from his hand. It expanded in the wind and shot towards the heavenly sage. A strange laughter rang out. Xing Emo leaped forward to meet him. "Old Baldy, how can a monk like you be so murderous?" F.A. Hua replied calmly, "Buddhas are merciful, but they are also enraged." This is a good chance. Huang Liang had been watching from the sidelines. Seeing that Xing Emo and Cheng Henfeng were entangled, he immediately rushed towards the heavenly sage. As the current sect master of the Imperial Heaven sect, he was naturally very strong. If he could find an opportunity, he might be able to kill the heavenly sage. At that time, the Heavenly Gorge sect would collapse. He threw out a horsetail whisk in his hand. Thousands of threads shot out like streams of light, covering the sky and earth. In an instant, they sealed off a large area of space. The heavenly sage didn't move. He didn't even look at him. Huang Liang immediately felt that something was wrong. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk amidst the rumbling sounds, figures suddenly flew out from the river of blood in the gully. In the blink of an eye, they had completely surrounded the area. Several of them joined forces to attack Huang Liang, while others rushed towards F.A. Hua and Lu Tianyi. It's a trap, Huang Liang suddenly realized. These figures who appeared were all Ninth Order, Cloud River Realm cultivators, obviously the elders of Heavenly Gorge sect. They had hidden themselves in the Blood River, concealing their auras and vitality, so even masters like F.A. Hua and Lu Tianyi hadn't been able to detect them for a while. It wasn't until they attacked that they revealed themselves. If this king knew that you old farts would come, how could this king not be prepared? Since you're here, why don't you stay? The heavenly sage snorted coldly. This is not a place to stay for long. This thought immediately appeared in Huang Liang's mind. While fighting the attacking elders of the Heavenly Gorge sect, he looked towards F.A. Hua and Lu Tianyi. However, to his surprise, these two didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. This was especially true for F.A. Hua. His body was originally dry and skinny, but at this moment his muscles were bulging and his vitality was boiling. Every move he made gave off a feeling of explosive power. The old monk was already old and didn't have much longer to live. Now that he was using his strength to fight, it was obvious that he had no intention of leaving this place alive. Although the changes on Lu Tianyi's side weren't obvious, he was also fighting with his life on the line. He didn't hold back in the slightest. Mysterious spell techniques were used one after another. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. Once he exhausted his strength, he would definitely die. Why is this happening? Huang Liang couldn't understand, even if the three of them had fallen into the heavenly gorge sect's trap. With their strength, it wouldn't be difficult for them to leave as long as they joined forces. However, Fei Hua and Lu Tianyi didn't have this intention. He suddenly remembered his honored master's teachings a long time ago. When the country is in trouble, there will be heroes. When the sky is about to collapse, there will be monsters. When the world is in danger, there will definitely be people who bear the destiny of heaven and earth. His honored master Li Sa was one of them. Fei Hua and Lu Tianyi were also such people. However, the three of them weren't able to resolve the crisis. In the end, they were trapped in the Cloud River realm and couldn't advance any further. Their lifespans were gradually exhausted. The destiny of heaven and earth was something that couldn't be seen or touched. However, it wasn't inexhaustible. Instead, there was a total amount. The destiny of heaven and earth of the previous generation had been borne by Li Sa and the others. As long as they were still alive, they would still bear a portion of the destiny of heaven and earth. Li Sa had already passed away. Only Fei Hua and Lu Tianyi were left. Thus, they were returning destiny to heaven and earth, allowing heaven and earth to deal with impending calamity. Realization dawned on Huang Liang. He finally understood Fei Hua and Lu Tianyi's plan. Both of them were about to reach the end of their lifespans. With the support of the destiny of heaven and earth, they should have also sensed something. They knew that they were powerless to change anything with their own strength. They could only place their hopes on those who would come after them. Thus they had to die. Only by returning destiny to heaven and earth would there be those who would come after them to face the calamity. Deep veneration. Although Huang Liang hadn't reached the end of his lifespan, he didn't lack the courage to face death head-on. Moreover, he had two seniors accompanying him. Even if he died, he wouldn't have any regrets. Even if he died, he wouldn't be ashamed to meet his master in the Yellow Springs. After seeing through Fei Hua and Lu Tianyi's plan, Huang Liang's thoughts became clear. He roared and used all his strength to battle the elders of the Heavenly Gorge sect. The sound of chanting was mixed in with the sound of chanting. The strongest and oldest cultivators of heaven and earth were fighting to the death. The wind and clouds within a radius of several hundred miles changed color. Muffled thunder rolled, and it was as if heaven and earth were mourning. Under normal circumstances, Cloud River tier cultivators definitely wouldn't be able to trigger such a phenomenon. However, these two seniors who had borne the destiny of heaven and earth naturally couldn't be compared to ordinary Cloud River tier cultivators. While they were fighting fiercely, the three overlord sects had joined forces to issue a declaration of war, calling on all cultivators in the world to attack the Heavenly Gorge sect. The declaration of war quickly spread to every corner of the cultivation world through various channels. In an extremely short period of time, countless cultivators saw this declaration of war. The Heavenly Gorge sect was originally disliked by the world. However, they had occupied the Snow Province in the past and never left. Moreover, they were very powerful, so no one dared to provoke them. Now, however, the Heavenly Gorge sect had done something that angered both humans and gods. They had used the blood of an entire continent to set up an inexplicable formation. This had already violated the taboo of the cultivation world. Now that the three overlord sects had joined forces, all the cultivators in the world set out from all directions and headed towards the Snow Province. Is it raining and thundering? In front of the straw hut in the Medicine Valley, Yi looked at the dark clouds in the sky. Her small face was full of confusion. Just a moment ago, the sky had been clear for thousands of miles. However, for some reason, it was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Muffled thunder rumbled in the clouds, like the roars of dragons, shaking one's heartstrings. Beside her, Yulioli also looked up. With the help of the little fairy doctor, Yulioli had already woken up. There had not been any abnormalities in the past few days. She seemed to be normal. The main reason why they had not left yet was that Lu Yi had not finished paying the medicinal fees. Even with Lu Ye's current attainments in the formation Dao, it would take a few days to set up a suitable formation in such a huge medicine valley. However, it was already nearing completion. Not far away, Zhuang Bufan sat on a chair with a weak expression. His aura was very weak. Although Lu Yi had taken out the soul-cleansing water, it could only alleviate his pain. It could not heal his injuries at all. In the past few days, his condition had been getting worse and worse. Anyone could tell that he would not live for long. Another reason why Lu Yi and the others were not in a hurry to leave was that they wanted to send Zhuang Bufan off on his last journey. They had not known each other for long, but Lu Yi still admired this person. To be continued. Why Xingxiao Mo. Chapter 709. Lu Yi had thought that after Wu Xia had retreated, the Heaven Ravine sect would definitely make some moves. Who would have thought that the past few days would be so peaceful that not a single Heaven Ravine sect cultivator could be seen? Until now, even though he was in the Medicine Valley, Lu Yi could still feel the pressure of heaven and earth. He stood in midair and looked up with a frown. He didn't know what had happened at the Heaven Ravine sect, but he could tell from the strange phenomenon that something big must have happened there. It seemed that his previous guess was right. He had entered the soaring dragon realm at a time when something big had happened. This matter must have affected the entire realm. Just like the last time in the realm of beasts, the realm of beasts was in danger due to the beast tide. Just as he was observing, a golden light suddenly shot towards him at lightning speed. He didn't even have time to react before he was hit by the golden light. His body shook violently, but he wasn't injured. The golden light merged into his body after hitting him. Something seemed to have descended from the unseen world. This feeling, Lu Ye's expression was uncertain. He had felt this when he was blessed by heaven in the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield. Those who were blessed by heaven were blessed by providence. Therefore, he often encountered rare opportunities when he was training in the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield. This was the mystery of providence. Although there were times when his luck wasn't so good, he was always able to turn danger into safety. He didn't expect that he would be blessed by the heavens in this mystic realm. A mystic realm like this was basically a realm of its own. This heaven's secret was not the same as the heaven's secret in the 9 states. The heaven's blessing he received now should be limited to this realm and had nothing to do with the 9 states. What had happened? Lu Yi was confused. But combined with the strange phenomenon he saw at the Heaven Ravine sect, he could vaguely sense that the soaring dragon realm was about to undergo a great change without him knowing. He hurriedly increased the speed of his movements. No matter what happened in the future, the arrangements he had made over the past few days might be of some use. He secretly rejoiced that he had not left the Medicine Valley too early. Otherwise, he would have been embroiled in some trouble. In front of the straw hut in the middle of the Medicine Valley, the fairy doctor, who was wearing Hua Xi's face, was also looking in the direction of the extreme north. She sighed softly. What should come will come in the end. On the spirit vessel, Huang Liang had a sorrowful expression and coughed out blood from time to time. A large group of flowing lights chased after him. They were all elders of the Heaven Gorge sect. In the previous battle, Grandmaster Fahua and Lu Tianyi both died. Although he had the heart to die, at the last moment, the 2 seniors used their last moments to open up a path for him to escape. There was no verbal explanation, but Huang Liang had seen through the 2's good intentions. He was not the bearer of heaven and earth's providence, so there was no need for him to die there. Moreover, at this juncture, the Dragon Ascension cultivation world indeed needed a powerhouse who knew the ins and outs of the Heavenly Gully sect to lead the cultivators to slay the demons. Therefore, the value of him surviving was much greater than dying in battle. Suppressing the grief in his heart, Huang Liang fled all the way. However, he was seriously injured, and under the pursuit of many powerhouses of the Heaven Gorge sect, he felt that he could not hold on any longer. In the distance, A verdant valley suddenly appeared in his field of vision. This was Huang Liang pondered for a moment and understood where he was. In the entire Snow Province, only the famous Medicine Valley had such beautiful scenery. Oh no! He had been chased and intercepted all the way. When he fled, he was completely improvising. He did not have an accurate direction, but he did not expect to escape to the Medicine Valley. If there were no pursuers behind him, he could naturally go to the Medicine Valley to seek treatment. With the fairy doctor's skills, it would be easy for her to treat his injuries. However, there were many pursuers behind him at this moment. If he led them to the Medicine Valley, it would bring disaster to the fairy doctor. He could not stay here. However, before he could change his direction, an angry roar came from behind him. "Old dog die!" A vast and irresistible force attacked from behind. Huang Liang felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. He flew forward uncontrollably and fell directly into the Medicine Valley. He spat out blood in midair. He landed heavily and hurriedly got up. A calm young man, 2 young girls, and a pale man sitting on a chair appeared in front of him. Several pairs of eyes looked over. Huang Liang shouted anxiously, "Run! The Heaven Gorge sex killers are here!" Senior Huang Liang, Zhuang Bufan, who was sitting on a chair and basking in the sun, looked at Huang Liang in shock. He did not expect that the dignified sect leader of the Imperial Heavenly Sect would one day be in such a sorry state. The sect leader of the Imperial Heavenly Sect was being hunted down. What was going on? Moreover, according to Huang Liang's shout, the people who were chasing him were from the Heaven Gorge sect. "Senior, did you receive the news and come to investigate?" Zhuang Bufan asked. He had asked a few friends to send a message to the 3 overlord sects to inform them of what had happened in Snow Province. However, he did not know how the 3 overlord sects would deal with this matter. Now that he saw Huang Liang, he naturally thought of something. However, he did not know that Huang Liang was here because of the message he had sent. Moreover, what had happened in Snow Province was much more serious than he had imagined. Huang Liang did not have the time to explain anything at this time. He clutched his chest and staggered as he shouted, "Run! It will be too late if we don't leave now." "You want to leave?" At the entrance of the valley, several figures stood in the air. A burly man with a stocky back was holding a mace-like spirit artifact. He sneered, "No one can leave." Zhuang Bufan was dumbfounded. "Yun Hai Tian!" This was the 6th elder of the Heaven Gorge sect. How could he appear here? It was not until now that he realized that the group of people chasing Huang Liang were all 9th Order cultivators. Wu Xia, who had suffered a loss at the hands of Lu Yi, was among them. Did Huang Liang attack the Heaven Gorge sect's nest? Why did he attract so many 9th Order cultivators? Everyone here was once famous. There were more than a dozen of them here, and they were accompanied by a large number of Heaven Gorge sect cultivators. Huang Liang was not a match for them, even if he was at his peak. "Wu Xia, I heard that you suffered a loss in the Medicine Valley before, and it was a little brat. Who did it?" "Who did it?" someone asked with a mocking smile. He glanced over at Lu Yi and the others, but did not pay them much attention. Although he did not like Wu Xia's strength was obvious. Lu Yi and the others did not have such ability. However, there was something wrong with Wu Xia's expression as he stared at Lu Yi with eyes full of hatred. "It's this little brat?" The person who spoke earlier was stunned. "No way, no way. You were injured by this little brat? In any case, you are our 9th elder. How can you be so useless?" Wu Xia coldly snorted and did not try to defend himself. He had retreated that day because he was afraid of the strength Lu Yi had shown, and also because he had been poisoned. At that time, he did not know what kind of poison it was, so how could he stay for long? Later, he determined that the poison was not too strong and wanted to come back for revenge. But it was already too late. Under the Heavenly Saint Order, he and the others had hidden in the Blood River to ambush Fei Hua and Lu Tianyi. Unexpectedly, after going around in circles, he still ended up here. He wanted to repay the humiliation he had suffered that day with his own hands. No matter what, he had to kill that little brat today. "Don't interfere," Wu Xie said as he took a step forward, intending to fight Lu Yi alone. "That's enough. A long night is fraught with problems. If we delay the sect master's important matter, no one can afford it. Send a few more people," the stocky sixth elder, Yun Haitian, said. Although Fei Hua and Lu Tianyi had both lost their lives in the shocking battle beneath Heaven Ravine, they had also killed several elders of the Heaven Ravine sect and injured many others. The rest of them were considered lucky to have escaped unharmed. This time, they had chased after them together. With the strength of the two of them and Huang Liang, they could still perform so well under the ambush of the Sky Ravine sect. It was clear how terrifying Fei Hua and Lu Tianyi's strength was. The two of them had carried the fate of heaven and earth. So to a certain extent, they were not much different from true lake realm cultivators. Although Wu Xie was unwilling to accept Yun Haitian's words, he could only obey. Immediately, several people jumped out and rushed toward Lu Yi and the others. Damn it! Huang Liang gritted his teeth. He had never expected that the Medicine Valley would be involved in his death. It was too late for them to escape now. Based on his current state, he would not be able to withstand the attacks of the elders of the Sky Ravine sect. His only hope was that the Sky Ravine sect would not kill them all. At the very least, he hoped that the fairy doctor would survive. However, before that, even if he had to die, he had to kill at least one of them. Just as he was thinking this, the seemingly inconspicuous young man who had been standing beside him all this time suddenly took a step forward. With this step, heaven and earth changed. Everyone's vision became strange. Lu Yi and the others were not too far away from them, but the elders of the Sky Ravine sect, who were rushing toward them, felt as if the space between them had been stretched infinitely. No matter how fast they flew, they could not get close to Lu Yi and the others. Lu Yi stomped down again, and the surrounding scenery changed again. Fog rolled out, and illusions appeared one after another. In an instant, the people who had rushed into the valley were separated, each of them confused and disoriented. Huang Liang was shocked and turned to look at Lu Yi. What kind of immortal technique was this? Even with his status as the sect master of the Imperial Heaven sect, he had never seen or heard of such a thing. A formation! At the entrance of the ravine, Yun Haitian's expression changed. Although he was born with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear, he was actually a meticulous person. Otherwise, he would not have been ranked 6th among the elders. The sudden change in the Medicine Valley made him realize the root of the problem. Someone had set up an extremely powerful formation here. The grass huts in the ravine were no longer in sight. The figures of those people were also nowhere to be seen. Even the elders of the Sky Ravine sect, who had rushed and were like clay oxen entering the ocean. All they could see was a rolling sea of clouds. To be continued. Wai Xing Xiao Mo. Chapter 710. The formation in the Medicine Valley was much more powerful than the one in the Huitian Valley on the cloudy river battlefield. Firstly, Lu Ye's attainments in the Tao of formations were no longer the same as before. Secondly, there was an earth vein in the Medicine Valley. The array he set up in the Medicine Valley this time coincided with the trend of the earth vein, increasing the power of the array. The Huitian Valley did not have such convenience. Led by Wu Xie, many Heavenly Gorge sect cultivators disappeared into the Medicine Valley. All they could see was a huge sea of fog that was tumbling and changing unpredictably. Anyone could feel the dense, murderous intent in the sea of fog. A formation. Yun Haitian's expression changed. He did not expect the Medicine Valley to have such a shocking formation. The Heavenly Gorge sect and the Medicine Valley were both in the Snow Province. Naturally, they had dealings with each other. In the past, many Heavenly Gorge sect cultivators had come to the Medicine Valley to seek treatment. The little fairy doctor also treated everyone regardless of their background. However, no one knew that there was such a formation in the Medicine Valley. Just looking at the power of the formation was enough to make one's heart palpitate. If they really fell into the formation, it would be disastrous. Break the formation! Yun Haitian shouted. In the next moment, many Heavenly Gorge sect cultivators attacked the tumbling sea of fog under his lead. In this world, no matter what kind of formation it was, it could be broken by force. They did not have formation cultivators, so they could only use such a barbaric method. As for whether or not they could break the formation, they were still very confident. There were more than 100 cultivators from the Heavenly Gorge sect chasing after them, and there were more than a dozen elders. In the entire world, only the sect-protecting formations of the 3 overlord sects could stop such a force working together. Inside the formation, in front of the straw hut, the seriously injured Huang Liang was also stunned. He thought that his unintentional action would implicate these people. He did not expect such an unforeseen event to happen in the blink of an eye. "Who are you people?" Huang Liang asked in shock. Thinking back to the young man, Huang Liang knew that the formation was his doing. But when did such a formation cultivator appear in this world? He was the sect master of the Imperial Heavenly Sect. What major event in this world? What outstanding person did he not know? Zhuang Bufan coughed lightly and replied, "They're just a group of people who came to seek medical treatment. Senior Huang Liang, please don't mind them." Since he was willing to befriend Lu Yi, he revealed his real name to Lu Yi. However, the name of the thief god wasn't too glorious after all. Facing the sect master of the Royal Heavenly Sect, Zhuang Bufan still had to be careful. Sect Master Huang's injuries are not light. It's best if you don't think too much about it. A gentle voice sounded. It was the fairy doctor walking over. Huang Liang bowed. "Greetings, fellow Taoist." Huang Liang admired this famous little fairy doctor. Over the years, the number of cultivators who had been treated by the little fairy doctor was at least 8,000. If there was someone in this world that the most vicious cultivators did not dare to harm, it would be the little fairy doctor. The fairy doctor returned the greeting and glanced at him. Sect leader Huang's injuries are serious. He needs treatment as soon as possible. Huang Liang was still a little worried. But that little friend, when the formation changed, Lu Yi disappeared without a trace. Huang Liang naturally knew what he had gone to do. He was obviously blocking the enemy inside the formation. He didn't know how strong Lu Yi was, but he was so young. How strong could he be? He was afraid that Lu Yi would be harmed if he failed to kill the evil, so he wanted to help. However, now that the formation had changed, he didn't dare to rashly go in. Yi said from the side, "Lu, 6th Yi, there's no problem. Moreover, what can you do in your current state?" That's right. What could he do in his current state? Any elder of the Heavenly Gorge sect could kill him. Thinking of this, Huang Liang sighed heavily. "I've implicated all of you in the end." The fairy doctor said, "The Heavenly Gorge sect is stirring up trouble in the Snow Province. The Medicine Valley is unavoidable. Although it's a coincidence that sect master Huang came here, isn't it also fate?" Huang Liang pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. "You're right. Then I'll have to trouble you." He sat down cross-legged and relaxed his body and mind. The fairy doctor went forward to treat his injuries. "Sister-in-law, will 6th brother really be okay?" Yi Liuli asked softly beside Yi. She was 6th brother's family. However, after getting along with him these days, she realized that she didn't know him very well. On the other hand, her sister-in-law and 6th brother were very close. They often knew what the other wanted to do with just a glance or a simple sentence. Even though she had already corrected Yi Liuli's way of addressing her, Yi Liuli obviously recognized her as her sister-in-law. Yi felt helpless. She said, "Of course, your 6th brother is much more powerful than you think." Yi Liuli nodded. Since her sister-in-law said so, she was relieved. The sea of fog rolled. Some aftershocks came from the depths and outside. The aftershocks in the depths were obviously caused by Lu Yi killing the enemy. The ones outside were caused by the cultivators of the Heavenly Gorge sect attacking the formation. However, in comparison, the commotion outside was obviously much greater. The number of cultivators of the Heavenly Gorge sect was obvious. However, the rolling sea of fog was still impregnable. It didn't collapse or disperse, giving people a great sense of security. What kind of formation is this? At the entrance of the medicinal valley, Yun Haitian's expression was gloomy. The strength and strangeness of the formation in front of him were beyond his imagination. He was also a well-known figure. Before joining the Heavenly Gorge sect, he had stirred up a storm in the soaring dragon realm. He had seen all kinds of things. However, the formation in front of him gave him a feeling that it was unshakable. Could a person set up a formation like this? The person who set up this formation must be a shocking genius. If they couldn't use it, they could only eliminate it by its roots. Otherwise, it would become a huge problem. Killing intent rose in his heart. He didn't believe that with so many cultivators of the Heavenly Gorge sect attacking together, they couldn't break a formation. The rolling sea of fog in front of them suddenly surged even more violently. It seemed like something was about to break out of the fog. The cultivators of the Heavenly Gorge sect were instantly on guard. As expected, something suddenly broke out of the sea of fog. One of the cultivators of the Heavenly Gorge sect was quick to react. He cast a spell. In an instant, the blood fog filled the air. It was almost shattered into pieces. Many cultivators of the Heavenly Gorge sect were shocked. It was only now that they saw clearly that the thing that flew out of the sea of fog was a corpse. Looking at the corpse's attire and appearance, 17th Elder. One of the cultivators of the Heavenly Gorge sect exclaimed in shock. Yun Haitian's expression was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. The thing that broke out of the sea of fog was actually their 17th Elder. He clearly saw that the 17th Elder was already dead before he appeared. His body was covered in wounds. It looked like he had been injured by the formation. However, there was only one fatal wound. It was a knife that pierced through his heart. He didn't know what had happened in the sea of fog, but he could deduce many things from the corpse alone. The 17th Elder fell into the formation and was injured by many formations. There was also a thief hiding in the dark. When the 17th Elder was unprepared, the thief killed him with a knife. It was the kid who had made Wu Xie suffer. He was also the one who had caused the changes in the formation. Being able to cause Wu Xie to suffer a loss was already shocking enough. But now, even the 17th Elder had fallen in his hands. How shocking was that? The Heavenly Gorge sect had been entrenched in the Snow Province for so many years. Apart from the battle with Fei Hua and Lu Tianyi, there had never been a precedent of an elder dying in battle. Today, however, he had set a precedent. Moreover, he had died at the hands of a strange kid. Yun Haitian's anger flared up like flames. However, before he could do anything, the sea of fog in front of him rolled violently again. Then figures flew out of the sea of fog like ragged sacks and fell to the ground like dead dogs. 23rd Elder, 36th Elder, and Elder Wuxia, the group of disciples and elders of the Heavenly Gorge sect, were stunned. They stared blankly at the many corpses in front of them. The number of people who had rushed in before was the same as the number of people who had come out now. Even the strongest Wu Xie was not an exception. He must have seen something extremely shocking before he died. His eyes were wide open, and he died with remaining grievances. The sea of fog was still rolling, silently. However, all the cultivators of the Heavenly Gorge sect, including the disciples and elders, retreated a few meters. Looking at the sea of fog in front of them, there seemed to be an ancient, vicious beast entrenched in the unknown depths. No matter who went in, they would die an unnatural death. The scene was horrifying. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and their skin turned cold. After a long while, an elder spoke. 6th Elder, what should we do now? They were only here to kill Huang Liang. Fei Hua and Lu Tianyi were already dead, so they could not let Huang Liang escape. He was not only one of the strongest Ninth Order cultivators in the world, but also the sect master of the Imperial Heaven sect. Li Sa had already passed away. If they killed Huang Liang, the Imperial Heaven sect would definitely be in chaos for a while, which would be very beneficial to the Heavenly Gorge sect. However, after chasing him for so long, they ended up bleeding. The Medicine Valley, which was famous for saving lives and healing the wounded in the world domain, had become a dangerous place that ate people. How ironic was this? Even though Yun Haitian had seen many storms and waves, he was still at a loss at this moment. Of course, he was unwilling to retreat just like that. He had already lost so many people, and even a few elders had died. If he retreated just like that, not to mention himself, even the cult master and the heavenly saint would not be able to pass the test. However, such a dangerous place wasn't something that they could deal with. Should they ask for help? But the sect master had something important to do. Even if they asked for help, how much help could they get? Yun Haitian was in a dilemma. In front of the grass hut, Lu Yi walked out of the sea of fog step by step. The fluctuating spirit energy, fluctuations on his body, quickly calmed down. He was unscathed. With his current strength and the large spirit array he had set up in the Medicine Valley, he did not care about a group of reckless Heavenly Gorge sect cultivators. If they dared to come in, Lu Yi could kill them. Even someone as strong as Wu Xie could not do anything in his spirit array. He could easily kill them with a few slashes. Huang Liang, who was being treated by the little fairy doctor, looked at Lu Yi, who had reappeared, and said, "Little friend, don't be impatient. Wait for my injuries to recover a little. I will help you kill the enemy." Chapter 711. No one knew what had happened in the Sea of Fog, including Huang Liang. When Lu Yi appeared, he thought that Lu Yi had simply trapped the enemies in the Sea of Fog. "Killed them all!" Lu Yi glanced at him and replied calmly. Huang Liang thought that he might have misheard. Yi Liuli cheered and clapped her hands. "Sixth brother, you're so powerful." She didn't know the strength of those Heaven Gully sect cultivators. She thought that they were just a bunch of Tom, Dick, and Harry. If she knew, she would be shocked too. Huang Liang came back to his senses. "What do you mean by killed them all?" Lu Yi didn't say anything. He just waved his hand, as if wiping away the dust on a dusty mirror. The rolling sea of fog in front of him quickly quieted down, and the situation at the entrance of the valley was imprinted in his eyes. Yun Haitian and the others were bewildered. Wu Xie and the others were lying dead on the ground. Everything was clearly imprinted in his eyes. What? Huang Liang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked at the entrance of the valley in disbelief. Only then did he realize that he hadn't misheard. That killed them all was literally what it meant. All the enemies who had rushed into the Medicine Valley had been killed. How long had it been since the young man beside him activated the formation? It had only been a few dozen breaths. The Heaven Gully sect had lost a few elders and more than a dozen disciples. Previously, he and monk Fei Hua, Lu Tianyi had fought a bloody battle under the Heaven Gully sect, and that was the number of Heaven Gully sect elders they had killed. As for that, you're all geniuses. Come on, start read. Let's discuss it together. No one knew what had happened in the Sea of Fog, and Huang Liang didn't know either. When Lu Yi appeared, he thought that Lu Yi had simply trapped the enemies in the Sea of Fog. "Killed them all!" Lu Yi glanced at him and replied calmly. Huang Liang thought that he might have misheard. Yi Liuli cheered. She clapped her hands and said, "Sixth brother, you're so powerful." She didn't know the strength of those Heaven Gully sect cultivators. She thought that they were just a bunch of Tom, Dick, and Harry. If she knew, she would be shocked too. Huang Liang came back to his senses. "What do you mean by killed them all?" Lu Yi didn't say anything. He just waved his hand. It was as if the dust on the surface of a dusty mirror had been wiped away. The rolling sea of fog in front of him quickly quieted down, and the situation at the entrance of the valley was imprinted in his eyes. The bewildered Yun Haitian and the others, as well as the corpses of Wu Xie and the others, were clearly imprinted in his eyes. What? Huang Liang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared in disbelief at the entrance of the valley. It was only then that he realized that he hadn't heard wrongly. That sentence killed them all. Literally, it meant all the enemies who had rushed into the Medicine Valley. They had all been killed. How long had it been? The young man beside him activated the momentum of the formation. In just a few dozen breaths of time, the Heaven Ravine sect had lost a few elders and a dozen disciples. Previously, he and monk Fa Hua, Lu Tianyi, fought a bloody battle at the bottom of the ravine. That seemed to be the limit of the number of Heaven Gorge sect elders he had killed. And that, what happened in the sea of fog? No one knew, and Huang Liang naturally did not know either. Seeing Lu Yi appear, he thought that Lu Yi had simply trapped the enemy in the sea of fog. Killed them all! Lu Yi glanced at him and replied indifferently. Huang Liang felt that he had heard wrongly. Yi Liuli cheered excitedly. She clapped her hands and said, "Sixth brother is so powerful." She wasn't too sure about the strength of the Heaven Ravine sect cultivators. She only thought that they were a group of insignificant Tom, Dick, and Harry. If she knew, she would probably be filled with shock. Only then did Huang Liang come back to his senses. "Young friend, what do you mean by killed them all?" Lu Yi didn't say anything. He only raised his hand and waved it as if he was wiping away the dust on the surface of a dusty mirror. The rolling sea of fog in front of him quickly quieted down, and the situation at the entrance of the valley was imprinted in his eyes. The bewildered Yun Haitian and the others, as well as the corpses of Wu Xie and the others, were clearly imprinted in his eyes. What? Huang Liang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he looked at the entrance of the valley in disbelief. Only then did he realize that he hadn't heard wrongly. That sentence, "killed them all," was literally what it meant. All the enemies who had rushed into the Medicine Valley had really been killed. How long had it been? It had only been a few dozen breaths since the young man beside him activated the formation. But the Heaven Ravine sect had already lost a few elders and a dozen or so disciples. Previously, he had fought a bloody battle with monk Fa Hua and Lu Tianyi at the bottom of the ravine. And this was the number of Heaven Ravine sect elders they had killed. And no one knew what had happened in the sea of fog, and Huang Liang naturally didn't know either. When he saw Lu Yi appear, he thought that Lu Yi had simply trapped the enemies in the sea of fog. Killed them all! Lu Yi glanced at him and replied indifferently. Huang Liang thought that he might have misheard something. Yi Liuli cheered and clapped her hands. "Sixth brother is so powerful." She wasn't too sure about the strength of the Heaven Ravine sect cultivators. She only thought that they were a group of insignificant Tom, Dick, and Harry. If she knew, she would probably be filled with shock. Huang Liang finally came back to his senses. "Young friend, what do you mean by killed them all?" Lu Yi didn't say anything. He merely raised his hand and waved it as if he was wiping away the dust on a dusty mirror. The rolling sea of fog in front of him quickly quieted down, and the situation at the entrance of the valley was imprinted into his eyes. The shocked Yun Haitian and the others, as well as the corpses of Wu Xie and the others, were clearly imprinted in his eyes. What? Huang Liang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked toward the entrance of the valley in disbelief. Only then did he realize that he hadn't misheard. When he said that he had killed them all, he meant it literally. All the enemies who had rushed into the Medicine Valley had really been killed. How long had it been? Since the young man beside him activated the formation, it had only been a few dozen breaths, but the Heaven Ravine sect had already lost a few elders and a dozen or so disciples when he fought a bloody battle with monk Fa Hua and Lu Tianyi at the bottom of the ravine. This was the number of Heaven Ravine sect elders they had killed. And no one knew what had happened in the sea of fog, and Huang Liang naturally didn't know either. When he saw Lu Yi appear, he thought that Lu Yi had simply trapped the enemies in the sea of fog. Killed them all! Lu Yi glanced at him and replied indifferently. Huang Liang was afraid that he had misheard something. Yi Liuli cheered and clapped her hands. Sixth brother is so awesome! She wasn't too sure about the strength of the Heaven Ravine sect cultivators. She only thought that they were a bunch of nobodies. If she had known, she would have been shocked as well. Only then did Huang Liang come back to his senses. Young friend, what do you mean by killed them all? Lu Yi didn't say anything. He merely waved his hand, as if wiping away the dust on a dusty mirror. The sea of fog in front of him quickly calmed down, and the situation at the entrance of the valley was imprinted in his eyes. The shocked Yun Haitian and the others, as well as the corpses of Wu Xie and the others, were clearly imprinted in his eyes. What? Huang Liang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked toward the entrance of the valley in disbelief. Only then did he realize that he hadn't misheard. When he said that they had all been killed, he meant it literally. All the enemies who had rushed into the Medicine Valley had all been killed. How long had it been? It had only been a few dozen breaths since the young man beside him activated the formation. But the Heaven Ravine sect had already lost a few elders and a dozen or so disciples. Previously, he had fought a bloody battle with monk F.A. Hua and Lu Tianyi at the bottom of the ravine. This was the number of Heaven Ravine sect elders they had killed. And no one knew what had happened in the sea of fog. And Huang Liang naturally didn't know either. When he saw Lu Yi appear, he thought that Lu Yi had simply trapped the enemies in the sea of fog. Killed them all! Lu Yi glanced at him and replied indifferently. Huang Liang was afraid that he had misheard something. Yi Liuli cheered and clapped her hands. Sixth brother, you're so awesome! She wasn't too sure about the strength of the Heaven Ravine sect cultivators. She only thought that they were a bunch of nobodies. If she knew, she would probably be shocked as well. Only then did Huang Liang come back to his senses. Young friend, what do you mean by killed them all? Lu Yi didn't say anything. He merely waved his hand as if he was wiping away the dust on a dusty mirror. The sea of fog in front of him quickly calmed down, and the situation at the entrance of the valley was imprinted into his eyes. Yun Haitian and the others were bewildered, and Wu Xie and the others were lying on the ground. All of them were clearly imprinted in his eyes. What? Huang Liang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked toward the entrance of the valley in disbelief. Only then did he realize that he hadn't misheard. When he said that they had all been killed, he meant it literally. All the enemies who had rushed into the Medicine Valley had all been killed. How long had it been? Since the young man beside him activated the formation, it had only been a few dozen breaths, but the Heaven Ravine sect had already lost a few elders and a dozen or so disciples. Previously, when he fought a bloody battle with monk F.A. Hua and Lu Tianyi at the bottom of the ravine, this was the number of Heaven Ravine sect elders they had killed. And no one knew what had happened in the sea of fog, and Huang Liang naturally didn't know either. When he saw Lu Yi appear, he thought that Lu Yi had simply trapped the enemies in the sea of fog. Killed them all! Lu Yi glanced at him and replied indifferently. Huang Liang was afraid that he had misheard something. Yi Liuli cheered and clapped her hands. Sixth brother is so awesome! She wasn't too sure about the strength of the Heaven Ravine sect cultivators. She only thought that they were a bunch of insignificant Tom, Dick, and Harry. If she knew, she would be filled with shock. Huang Liang finally came back to his senses. Young friend, what do you mean by killed them all? Lu Yi didn't say anything. He merely waved his hand, as if wiping away the dust on a dusty mirror. The rolling sea of fog in front of him quickly quieted down, and the situation at the entrance of the valley was imprinted in his eyes. The bewildered Yun Haitian and the others, as well as the corpses of Wu Xie and the others, were all clearly imprinted in his eyes. What? Huang Liang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked toward the entrance of the valley in disbelief. Only then did he realize that he hadn't misheard. When he said that they had all been killed, he meant it literally. All the enemies who had rushed into the Medicine Valley had all been killed. How long had it been? It had only been a few dozen breaths since the young man beside him activated the formation, but the Heaven Ravine sect had already lost a few elders and a dozen or so disciples. Previously, he had fought a bloody battle with monk Fa Hua and Lu Tianyi at the bottom of the ravine, and this was the number of Heaven Ravine sect elders they had killed. And no one knew what had happened in the Sea of Fog, and Huang Liang naturally didn't know either. When he saw Lu Yi appear, he thought that Lu Yi had simply trapped the enemies in the Sea of Fog. Killed them all! Lu Yi glanced at him and replied indifferently. Huang Liang was afraid that he had misheard something. Yi Liuli cheered and clapped her hands. Sixth brother is so awesome. She wasn't too sure about the strength of the Heaven Ravine sect cultivators. She only thought that they were a bunch of insignificant Tom, Dick, and Harry. If she knew, she would be filled with shock. Only then did Huang Liang come back to his senses. Young friend, what do you mean by killed them all? Lu Yi didn't say anything. He merely raised his hand and waved it as if he was wiping away the dust on a dusty mirror. The sea of fog in front of him quickly calmed down, and the situation at the entrance of the valley was imprinted into his eyes. Yun Haitian and the others were bewildered, and Wu Xie and the others were lying dead on the ground. All of them were clearly imprinted into his eyes. What? Huang Liang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked toward the entrance of the valley in disbelief. Only then did he realize that he hadn't misheard. When he said that he had killed them all, he meant it literally. All the enemies who had rushed into the Medicine Valley had really been killed. How long had it been? Since the young man beside him activated the formation, it had only been a few dozen breaths, but the Heaven Ravine sect had already lost a few elders and a dozen or so disciples. Previously, when he fought a bloody battle with monk Fa Hua and Lu Tianyi at the bottom of the ravine, this was the number of Heaven Ravine sect elders they had killed. And no one knew what had happened in the Sea of Fog, and Huang Liang was naturally unaware as well. When he saw Lu Yi appear, he thought that Lu Yi had simply trapped the enemies in the Sea of Fog. Killed them all! Lu Yi glanced at him and replied indifferently. Huang Liang was afraid that he had misheard something. Yi Liuli cheered and clapped her hands. Sixth brother is so awesome. She wasn't too sure about the strength of the Heaven Ravine sect cultivators. She only thought that they were a bunch of insignificant Tom, Dick, and Harry. If she knew, she would be shocked. Only then did Huang Liang come back to his senses. Young friend, what do you mean by killed them all? Lu Yi didn't say anything. He merely waved his hand, as if wiping away the dust on a dusty mirror. The rolling sea of fog in front of him quickly quieted down, and the situation at the entrance of the valley was imprinted into his eyes. The bewildered Yun Haitian and the others, as well as the corpses of Wu Xie and the others, were clearly imprinted in his eyes. What? Huang Liang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked toward the entrance of the valley in disbelief. Only then did he realize that he hadn't misheard. When he said that they had all been killed, he meant it literally. All the enemies who had rushed into the Medicine Valley had all been killed. How long had it been? Ever since the young man beside him activated the formation. It had only been a few dozen breaths, but the Heaven Ravine sect had already lost a few elders and a dozen or so disciples. Previously, when he fought a bloody battle with monk Fa Hua and Lu Tianyi at the bottom of the ravine, this was the number of Heaven Ravine sect elders they had killed. And